Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our pre-session for 2023. I hope you all have your caffeine of choice. We're ready to go. My name is Joan Port. I'm the president, League of Women Voters of Virginia. Pre-session is when we bring in our partners to learn about their legislative priorities for the next General Assembly session. And of course, we will hear about our priorities as well. This is a long session because it is an even numbered year, and session will begin on January 10th and run through March 6th. As you can tell, this program is being recorded. So if you don't want to be seen, you can turn off your video. However, if you can, it's always nice to see some faces as opposed to just boxes. So of course, it's totally up to you. Our speakers will have 10 minutes to present their ideas as per usual. We can't promise that all of the questions will be answered due to time, but we will do our best to supply the speakers with any unanswered questions and get that information back to you. Anu Sahai, our first vice president, will be reading the questions, so please just put them in chat. Before we start, I do want to thank the members of our events committee, Linda Rice, Pat Evers, Marcia McDevitt, and Carrie Hain, who invited our speakers today. That was a big help. All of the speakers have been given the opportunity to share their information in this drive. Let me put this in chat. The drive is also in the two that you got this morning, the two reminders. I do suggest that you check back in that drive periodically, as more information invariably comes in during the meeting and even a few days after. In the drive, you'll find the agenda for today. It's a little box and it says agenda in the upper left, but it's also in the body of the materials just in case that doesn't work. I have disabled the automatic screen share, but we will allow, of course, speakers to share their screen. We had some funky stuff happening yesterday with a lot of phone numbers coming on and then going off the minute I came on, and the time on the Zoom being changed. So we just did that as an abundance of caution, but we will just proceed and hope that there are no nefarious people out there. So without any further ado, and she is here early, thank you. I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Susan Beals, who is the Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Elections. So Commissioner Beal, you have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Joan. First, I just want to welcome everyone to this meeting. Thank you so much for being engaged citizens and making this a priority for you today. Really appreciate your engagement. I wanted to give you a brief update on where we are at the department. As you know, on Monday, we just finished up the 2023 election with the State Board of Elections certifying that election. As you well know, the work for election officials does not stop after election day. I know many of you are election officials yourselves as officers of election. We do have the canvass that happens the day after the election, where we go back through all of the paperwork at the local level to make sure that everything was done correctly. We have provisional ballot meetings. As you know, this year, or you may not know, we had presidential level provisional ballots. So for example, when I was an electoral board member in Chesterfield County in 2020, we had 900 provisional ballots. Chesterfield County this year had over 900 provisional ballots. That often requires a 14 to 16 hour provisional ballot meeting in order to consider every single one of those one by one. So there's a lot of work that our localities had to get through very quickly in that intervening week between election day and when they had to certify to us their results. In addition to that, we had 7 localities that participated in risk limiting audits over Thanksgiving, sort of in that time period before we certified. We had the randomly chosen risk limiting audit localities that were part of Senate District 20. That was Virginia Beach, Accomack, Northampton, and Norfolk. But then we had 3 other counties whose electoral boards requested to have a risk limiting audit of a race that was wholly contained within their boundary. And that was Orange, Loudoun, and Arlington. So we had 7 different counties that conducted risk limiting audits this year. All of them were successful. And again, thanks to our exhausted election officials for carrying that out as well. over Thanksgiving. Now that we have certified the results, the requests for recounts can start to be considered. We received one of those yesterday from House District 82, which is the Kimberly Pope Adams versus Kimberly Taylor race in the Petersburg Dinwiddie area. That race had a difference of 78 votes. There may be others that are coming, but that's the one that we've received so far. But we are already looking ahead to 24. Today, I will sign the order for the 2024 presidential primary on March 5th. There will be an order calling for both a Democrat and Republican primary. What we do is we have been requested by the Democratic Party of Virginia and the Republican Party of Virginia to call this primary, and then based on who files, we'll decide if there is a primary. So if only one person files, then there would not be a primary for that particular party. We are going to have our presidential primary in Virginia on March 5th, and that is also known as Super Tuesday. There are 14 states and territories who are also having their presidential primary that day. In case you're interested, I have the list for you. It's American Samoa, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia. So all of us will be having our presidential primary on March 5th. This 2024 is going to be a very different presidential year for us because this is the first year that we will have 3 statewide elections with 45 days of early voting. And, in 2020, when we first had early voting, it only applied to the November general. It did not apply because that's when the bills were passed in like the August, September timeframe that year, if you recall. So it only applied to the November general, did not apply to that presidential primary or to that Senate primary, whatever you're going to call it, congressional primary that happens in June. So 2024 is the first year that we will have 3 statewide elections with 45 days of early voting. And functionally, what that means is that we are going to be voting for 4.5 months in Virginia in 2024. Over 1/3 of the days in the year, 135 days, will be voting days. And so one of my biggest concerns for 2024 is having a sufficient number of officers of election to carry that out, because that is a huge amount of work that needs to be done. We're going to need probably 20,000 officers of election this year in Virginia to make our elections run. So my big ask for all of you is to ask for your help in recruiting officers of election. One of the biggest challenges in recruiting people is that they don't know they're needed. Sometimes they've never heard of that. They don't know what that is. They're not familiar with it. And, we are going to be certainly working with our local election offices and our media partners to try to get the word out. But we really want to ask for your help as well. Particularly if you have served as an officer of election, you're familiar with it. One of the best ways to encourage somebody is to hear from a friend, hey, this is a great experience. Why don't you come do this with me? We're also going to have a very robust social media campaign from the Department of Elections in terms of recruiting officers of election. So if you have not already followed us on social, we're on Instagram and Facebook mostly. We would ask that you follow our page there. Please share posts that are talking about recruiting officers of election. Feel free to add some of your own experience. Say, hey, I've worked at this for, the last 2 elections and it's great. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I think, my experience in elections is that people feel like they should know this stuff because they had a civics class in high school and they're sometimes embarrassed to ask the questions. And, my take is please ask the questions, and nobody expects you to know this, right? This is not your everyday. We live it every day, right? Because we are election officials, but please encourage folks to ask you questions about your experience, what it's like, what the day is like, what the training is like. I think a lot of people worry about making it fit around their work schedule or their family schedule. I think they don't also understand that because you sign up for an officer of election doesn't mean you have to work every single election for the next 2 years. So there's a lot of sort of misconceptions around it. So I would just ask for y'all's help in getting the word out that we need a lot of officers of election this year. Everybody is welcome. We want everyone to participate, and please help us help Virginians use their right to vote in Virginia. That is what we need your help with. So With that, I will conclude my remarks. I mean, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anu? Can you see it? You're muted, Anu. I know.
So question is, are provisional ballots, same-day registration and other reasons entered into precinct counts all across Virginia? Is this now by Virginia code or only practice at this point?
So I think typically provisional ballots have not been linked back to precincts. That was something that did come up this year. I think with the advent of reporting absentee ballots by precinct, people thought, oh, well, obviously they're going to do provisional ballots too. That's not something that has been typically done.
Okay, next question is, what has VA Elect done to upgrade or change hardware and software to allow ranked choice voting to be used in cross-jurisdictional elections?
So one of the things that we had to do this year, because Arlington used ranked choice voting for the first time in their primary for the Board of Supervisors, that was a that was the first time that we had had a state-run ranked choice voting election, right? We had, in I guess 21, we had the Republicans did their drive-through convention, but it did not adhere to all of the state election laws. It did not incorporate absentee and overseas and military voters and all of the rules that are associated with running a state election. And so one of the things that we had to do was change our election night reporting software to even be able to report ranked choice voting results. And so that was a huge overhaul that we undertook and had that ready for the primary and then used it again this fall. In terms of multi-jurisdictional, I would need to kind of know more about that question.
Next question is, will you have any new budget requests?
I believe that we're going to be asking for a couple additional staff.
Okay, someone has raised a hand. Could you please write your question in the chat?
Yeah, we're only taking questions in chat because it takes too long to unmute. Oh, she says multi-jurisdictional IG congressional districts presidential. It's
So, okay, so one of the issues associated with multi-jurisdictional or presidential ranked choice voting election is that we have 4 different types of vendors who are certified to provide voting machines in Virginia. And so trying to get those 4 different voting machines to operate the same way when it comes to ranked choice voting, we're just not there technologically yet. This was an issue that came up last year in session. And we went back to the RCD folks and said, hey, is this something that could be done? And their answer to us was, you know, we've got some software developers who thought about working on that. And, you know, if you pass the bill, we'll work on it. And we said, wait a second, no, we can't. You can't tell us to run a presidential primary in March when you haven't even developed the software to do it yet. So that's kind of a you know, chicken and the egg kind of situation until they develop the software that allows those 4 machines to talk to each other and create results. We're not going to be able to do that.
Okay, question from Marianne. What are the plans to update or replace Veris?
So that is a project that is underway. We signed the contract with the vendor late last fall and have begun development, and that is currently in development. Our go live date is in 25.
Lisa is asking, is there any concern that Dominion and ES&S software that was possibly compromised in other states after the 2020 election would be involved in our elections?
Dominion and ES&S are 2 of the 4 vendors that are certified for use in Virginia.
Okay. Question from Toshi. I'm creating a website with elections/candidates running in Virginia next year. I expect to reach voters when they are researching candidates, and I'm wondering who/where I can reach out to in regards to promoting the need for election officials.
You could talk to our media folks. I think if you email them at media@elections.virginia.gov, they'd be happy to help you with that.
Okay.
I don't see any more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Beals. The league is involved in getting more poll workers. That's one of our big pushes. So now that we have that number, that's a great, great help. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Cummings. He is the Secretary of Finance for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Secretary Cummings, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. How are you? I am not wearing a holster. I'm wearing a sling, unfortunately. So it's kind of an odd look. I'm going to explain that to you. I took a spill a month ago and had surgery 2 weeks ago. So
Oh, no.
yeah, not well timed with everything that's going on right now, but it is what it is. Give you a quick update on where we are on budget, and then would be very happy to take any questions. I think you understand that it's somewhat limited what I can say at this point, because the bow is being tied to be able to get this into the process and get prepared for the governor's presentation on the 20th, which is the day that this will be delivered. But I think the headline is that we're entering a new chapter. We've had a remarkable period of time of availability of funds, given the COVID money that's come through and has obviously stimulated our economy, but also filled every bank account and coffee can that it could fill within the government account. I think you know consistently that this administration's view is that we're taxing too much. We have too much money in our accounts, and this is taxpayers' money. We want to take care of some things. We agree there's a backlog of important priorities that need to be addressed in the Commonwealth, but we can do that, and we can return money to taxpayers. And in the last 2 years, $5 billion has gone back to the taxpayers. That's been in one-time, most primarily rebates, but also standard deduction. That's not how we wanted to see that happen. We think that we are in a position where we could have been reducing rates that could be sustained, and that is important for us to do, because from an economic development standpoint, we are clearly losing the battle for people to come and live and work and raise their families in Virginia. That our cost of living is higher, and one of the meaningful contributing factors to that is the amount and the way that we tax our taxpayers. He's not giving up on that. Obviously, the election outcome that we had is not what we hoped for. And so that is clearly going to change the dynamic in the General Assembly, but it does not lead to the governor changing what he's going to continue to fight for. As we come into the planning for FY 2025, I think for those of you who do track some of the money committee speeches, 24 is a down year in revenues in our budget, and we still have a conservative outlook. I think things are swinging around. The jobs, I haven't looked at it, had a chance to look at it today, but jobs report ADP is coming out today. We had job openings yesterday came out. They were down meaningfully. And I think indications are that things are definitely cooling off. Now the debate is this a soft landing, or is it going into some level of recession? We are building into our plan that, as we should, expecting somewhere between soft landing and mild recession. And actually probably tacking a little bit on top of that to be a bit more conservative, which, given how we have to run our budget, is the right thing to do. And if it's better than that, then that's a good thing, and we'll deal with that positive variance down the road. We still will go into the first year with a positive balance. So there is one-time money that will be available, not of the magnitude that it's been available in the last 2 or 3 years. But that does give some ability to take care of some other things, and a transition, frankly, back to what I realized, not having ever done this, played in this world before, back to what life truly is supposed to be in government, where you got a pretty tight range of resources to deal with because the world just doesn't change that quickly. And that's important part of what we're doing. I think that that is part of getting people back to the place where what we've experienced in the last 3 years is not reality. Because even though we've said to people over and over again, we are seeing now that the revenues are going to be down, we're going to have less one-time money, and frankly, next year, even far less. Make your requests appropriate for that environment. And they were definitely not made that way. We have a lot of requests for new things. And so it's a matter of prioritization. The governor is not changing his priorities and where the needs are. So obviously the big consumers of our budget and frankly the year-to-year increase, some of which are priority driven, some of which are formula driven, are continue to be K through 12 and higher ed, HHR, DMAS, the kind of finding our new base in Medicaid, some things around behavioral health, which has been a shared priority for all of General Assembly, and we've made great progress on that. That will continue to receive more funding. And I'd say after that things are pretty consistent, we expect, year over year. Big debate will be over what happens to some of the one-time money, but we have spent an enormous amount of money on capital expenditures. Primarily, most of that goes to higher ed, and that is going to change dramatically. And two reasons for that is, one is we won't have the money, but more importantly is the projected enrollment in higher ed is going down. Part of that is the cliff that's coming just as it rolls through the system starting in 25. A bigger part of that, well, equally important part of that is we're seeing a lot more focus on cost benefit. And as costs of higher ed have continued to go up at a rate well above inflation, more people are making the decision that they don't want a 4-year degree, or they can't afford a 4-year degree. They haven't been convinced that there's actually a real economic benefit to them that drives them that way. So as you would know by what we've been talking about since we've been here, is the governor is focused on not everybody needs to get a 4-year education, and a lot more focus on what can happen around more workforce training, community college certificates, trying to get more of kids who come out of K through 12 who also come out with a certificate, so we can get people quicker to workforce. And that seems to be more of the trend, where people are focused on what really is of value to them and can have a real net positive impact. So I'd say that when this comes out, it's just everybody dealing with the reality that we have exited COVID world and we're back into a more normal world, and frankly, I'd say normal budgeting process, but a world where we expect it is going to be pretty tight. So maybe I just pause with that, if that's okay, and open it up for questions.
Sure. Anu?
Yes. Question. The Richmond Times-Dispatch reported that there are several millions of dollars not spent out of ARPA money to promote early voting sites. How will this money be used before it expires and must go back to the Fed?
Yep. Yes. That's something we are, every 6 months, we refresh ourselves on that. It was doled out to localities and into our agencies early on. The requirement is it has to be planned for by the end of 24 and has to be actually spent, financially obligated by 26, project complete. And we are reaching out to all recipients and having them validate that they are on track with that. As you can imagine, we know that some people are not very far, not where they should be, but they're reluctant to give it up. And we're going to become in the next cycle a lot more challenging, so we can free things up and reallocate to priority projects. I can't tell you that will vary what at the time, what is. This year, the sweep we did in the fall of this year pulled back $40 million, which has been reallocated to projects. A lot of that is around resilience and some of the other things that we need to deal with. But when we don't know what the future will be, but there will be more funds available. It will get redirected. I can't say for a fact that it will go to that purpose, but because there's a long list of things that need to be addressed.
Thank you. Why can some of the excess funds not go to improving behavioral health, staff salaries in the state hospitals, and teacher salaries? We are having grave problems with staffing shortages in these areas.
Yeah, well, we think we've been addressing that. You know, we've had 5% pay and raises. We've had another 2% going. There's more coming in the proposed budget. You'll hear, and that goes across education, healthcare for nurses, and funding of behavioral health. So much money has been put into that quickly that everybody agrees now. It's how much can we actually effectively execute. So that's as I said before, that is clearly a priority for both sides. And but everybody acknowledges that this is a limit to how quickly you can ramp it up, but that's top of the list on priorities.
What are the plans to address the DOJ settlement agreement?
I don't have specifics on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, we have another question. If there are excess funds, why can't they go to improving schools, crumbling buildings, teachers underpaid, etc.? I'd much rather my tax money go there than to receive rebate.
Yep. Well, we think we've put a lot into that. We're actually upping the maintenance reserve fund for buildings. We've been building, I can go into details of how much money has been going into infrastructure and buildings. It's unprecedented. And as I think I addressed the salary issue. As you know, JLARC did a study on salaries. We're digging into that. And we do think we've made a lot of progress. And we are definitely paying attention to that, to look at what's happening in our surrounding states that competes for that talent with us from Maryland, North Carolina, Tennessee, West Virginia.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, Joan.
Thanks, Anu, and thank you, Secretary Cummings. And we hope you heal so that you can take your holster off. And we appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Take care.
Sure. Okay. Bye-bye. I'd like now to add to our list of speakers, Denise Harrington. Denise is our advocacy chair for the League of Women Voters of Virginia, and she will be presenting our legislative priorities. And Denise, you do have screen sharing ability, so you can go.
Thank you. Can everybody see this? And I'm going to try to make it nice and pretty.
Yep, you're good.
In the slideshow presenter view, so all of you should. So is that a little bit better? Can you see it?
Yes.
Something with the slides over here are.
Yeah, we can see it. You're good.
Okay. It's just that, okay. All of this, because this is, I have something, let me see if I can minimize this. So I don't need the speaker tools. Are you seeing the speaker tools or are you actually seeing the slides?
It's fine. Slide is up. Go for it.
Okay, all right. So welcome. Today I'm just going to give a brief overview of our legislative priorities for the 2024 season. And there will be more detail that will be placed, as Joan indicated, our president, that look for a little more information that's going to come. And I just want to say what I'm about to present may look easy, but our legislative issue groups have been working year-round to bring you these priorities. They've been researching coalescing with various community-based grassroots organizations to bring you these priorities. So first, I always like to start with this right here, which basically, look where we came from and how much we had to go through. And then here we have our legislative priorities. And what I'm going to do now, because I'm going to minimize this right here so I can see a little bit more of these slides, and they're coming in a little differently. And so right here we have from our voting and elections team, we have, and I'm not necessarily reading them in the order they're listed, but I really want you to see them. Campaign finance reform, or money in politics, ensuring the right to vote, ranked choice voting, amending the so-called Zucker bucks to allow easier coordination with registrars, and the national popular vote. Okay, so I'm moving on to the next slide, which this is not moving now. So I have to see why this is not moving. There's the next one. So this one reflects a lot of our issue groups. I am trying to, I don't know why I can't. Okay, here we go. I'm going to go back. There we go. So this comes from our criminal, and this is really coming from our criminal justice and behavior health issue group, and it says minimizing solitary confinement, second look sentencing legislation, and Department of Corrections oversight. So our next priority comes from our reproductive health rights group, and basically is to make sure we don't lose any of the access that we have to our reproductive health, such as abortion, such as contraception. And the next one is also the infant mortality rate reduction. This is a problem, and many people are aware that it's particularly affecting Black women and other women as well. So, and then we have no workplace harassment. We are finding in several workplace environments, even if they're women friendly, often people are asked to sign non-disclosure agreements, etc., things like that. And then there's just general workplace harassment. Our environmental committee has been working extremely hard and researching. And so they have come up with climate mitigation, which I have just simplified here as sustainability. And they are concerned about some of the harmful effects of these data centers. As many of you know, Virginia has a lot of them, and there are a lot of them that are going to be coming and stepping into our state. And so they have expressed concerns that we need to follow legislation on this. And so that's what they're doing. And Nickname Reggie, our environmental group, also and believes that it's best for Virginia if we stay in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. This has provided a lot of funds, of course, as mentioned before, in resilience and flooding and things like that. And we were very, very fortunate. I don't know if you all know, before I can even advocate for anything, we usually have studies done, 2 years, and we had an rural education equity group that specifically looked at capital campaigns or not enough funding for the building projects and our crumbling infrastructure on schools. And so also we looked at no diversion of funds from private to public. state equity and funding formulas, because that's with the local composite index, of course. And then, as alluded to by our finance director, the JLARC, Joint Legislative Audit Review Committee, basically said Virginia is not paying its fair share. So, and then our gun violence prevention group, they're looking at micro stamping, secure storage in homes and vehicles, and limiting the high capacity magazines. Those are guns where people can fire multiple shots as well. And so they're looking at safety. Our domestic violence team is looking at red flag laws. These are laws that often affect in domestic violence situations where maybe someone has been asked not to carry a gun at this time or what have you. And sometimes there are loopholes, and the boyfriend loophole is also a great concern of them. Our next one, I simply refer to it as transparency and oversight, but that's the point of this next issue group, to promote transparency in government. And they're offering, oftentimes they will follow many of our agencies and make people aware of that. Our housing, affordable housing legislative issue group has been working on multiple issues as well. Manufactured home communities, tenant protections, pay or quit extensions, increasing the housing trust fund to $150 million, state housing stability fund, allow localities to pass a mandatory inclusionary zoning ordinance. Excuse me. And our child care issue group conducted a study for 2 years about the state of child care in our state, which is some of the excess money even now that was given by the federal government to help after COVID is going to be expiring. So we know that we're going to have some concerns with child care. So here is what they have worked with and worked on, and that is fund subsidies at the current rate, tax credit, expansion of Virginia preschool initiatives, fund direct supports. And then finally, that's it. We've come to our end. And if you have heard anything that sparks your interest, our issue group leaders are working very hard, and we can always use more of our members, or you can join us. And here is a direct link of how you can join any one of our issue groups. And then don't forget, as Joan indicated again in the drive, you will have some talking points and some more research on all of these issues. And if you're interested, the League of Women Voters of Virginia has a nonpartisan public forum called the Women's Legislative Roundtables. And we will be in the new General Assembly building and virtual, of course. We'll begin January 10 on that Wednesday, the first Wednesday of every month from 8:30 to 9:30. And we will end the very last Wednesday of the session. The session ends March 6th. We will end. So don't forget to join our issue groups here. We have a link for you. And if you'd like to join us, because we're stronger together, join us. And don't forget to listen to our podcast, Confessions from the Voting Booth, and that's on Spotify. And so that's all you have to do is go to Spotify and put in podcast and then Confessions from the Voting Booth. We've done many, and our own president, Joan Port, has participated. So thank you very much. And I'm going to, okay. So that's it.
Anu?
Okay. I think Caroline just put in a comment, especially transparency in the budget negotiations. The question is, under education, did you mean no diversion of funds from public to private use?
Absolutely. The state is, I couldn't squeeze that in on one slide. That is always a priority because we have the research in 2017 and 18. Carol Noggle conducted that study, but we also know now in certain states, particularly Texas, for example, the parents are seeing and they're saying, hey, wait a minute. We signed up for this, but the people who have their children in the $15,000 schools are getting that $5,000 to keep them there. And we can't afford some of these other private schools. So it's causing a problem. So yes, we definitely believe no diversion of funds from public to private. And remember, we're in our coalition with the Fund Our Schools folks, which is the largest coalition of parents. Some students have joined, as well as education professionals or retired teachers, and the PTA, and other policymakers and advocates as well. So thank you for bringing that up. But yes, that is part of our legislative priority. I just couldn't sneak it in there, but so that's why I just put the state is not paying its fair share because of the JLOC report. Thank you.
I don't see any more questions.
Okay, well then, thank you very much, Anu, and thank you very much, Denise. And now we go to our next speaker, who is Liz White from Upvote. Morning, Liz.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I see so many familiar names and faces on here. It's always a pleasure to talk to the league. I tell everybody that you're my favorites. Joan hears this from me like 3 times a week. So Upvote Virginia, for anyone who hasn't been following our progression, we grew out of One Virginia 2021. This is our second session as Upvote Virginia, and really our first one where we're going to be the spearhead on ranked choice voting bills and legislation. So we've got three bills that are being drafted as we speak, both on the House and Senate side, but mirror images of each other. The first one is an expansion of the existing local option, the existing pilot program that was sponsored by Sally Hudson in 2020 and had a similar counterpart sponsored by Patrick Hope that only applied to Arlington, allows localities to adopt ranked choice voting only for city council or county board of supervisors elections. Arlington, as I'm sure all of you know, had opted to use that for just their county board primary in this past June, and are voting in about a week. And we expect them to adopt it permanently for their county board primaries. But currently it is just restricted to counties and cities, not even towns, and only those particular offices. The bills we're working on would expand that option to all local and constitutional offices, which would give the localities the flexibility to adopt ranked choice voting in a way that works for them and works for their communities. So it doesn't have to, it's not an all or nothing proposition, but it does allow them to kind of tailor that adoption to what works for them. It also broadens the language enough so that towns, independent towns, like Ashland, like Reston, I think, right? They're the individual towns that have town councils, Vienna, that have town councils and have mayors, can also make that decision for themselves. That is almost certainly going to be sponsored in the House by Patrick Hope and sponsored in the Senate by Schuyler Van Valkenburg. The other bills, now we're talking about higher offices. One bill would give the parties the option to adopt ranked choice voting for any primary they want. So legislative up through presidential. It does leave the decision up to the parties, to whatever committee is making that decision for that primary, but it reflects kind of the precedent set by the Virginia Republicans, who have used it in statewide nominating contests. They've used it in congressional nominating contests in 4 different districts, and even one House of Delegates primary. So the precedent is there. We know that we see good, we can see good results. Sorry, Carolyn, I just saw your comment. Local or constitutional, any local office. So mayors, school boards, constitutional offices. Sorry if I did not make that clear. So the second bill, yes, would give the parties the option to use it in any primary they want. Obviously, if there's only 2 people in the primary, it's not applicable, but we're seeing already, as we see more and more people declare for the Congressional District 7 and Congressional District 10 Democratic primaries, boy, would it be nice to have the option for ranked choice voting so that someone doesn't come out of a 10-member primary with 20-something% of the vote and we all go, okay, I guess that's a winner. This doesn't have the option to pass soon enough for those, but I think they're going to be poster children for the need for this. The third bill is like a slice of that. It's the same one we put in last year. It's just presidential primaries. It would not take effect till 28, which is kind of nice. It gives everyone a real long runway to work out all the logistics, to upgrade all the software, to make sure everyone is ready, do a lot of voter education. But implementing it even just in presidential primaries, that is millions of voters who suddenly will have participated in a ranked choice voting election. The other advantage to using it in a presidential primary is that because we are a Super Tuesday state, we're pretty late in the process. In 2020, with COVID, of course, but with early voting and drop boxes and no excuse absentee and all the wonderful ways we are able to cast our ballots, even if you voted a week early in 2020, you might have voted for a prominent candidate who dropped out 2 days before Super Tuesday, which means I think it was like 3% of votes just were uncountable, and ranked choice voting would have solved that as well. If you had voted for Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, Joe Biden, they would have gone, well, nope. Okay, here's a vote we can count. And your vote would have still gotten to count as though you went into the voting booth on election day with all of the relevant information. So we do not have definite sponsors for those in the House and the Senate, but we have several folks on both sides of the aisle who are interested in this and are buzzing around those. We are trying very, very hard to maintain a bipartisan support base on these. It is a nonpartisan issue. It's good for voters. I think if well used, it's good for both parties. They can have a tool that helps them nominate the most appealing candidate in a general election, as we saw with the Republicans in 2021. So again, looking for a bipartisan approach to this. Also, we are working in so many localities that we don't want to play into the national idea that democracy reform is a liberal conspiracy. So maintaining our bipartisan approach. And we're trying to also work with experts and folks at elect, registrars, et cetera, to clear up as many technical, logistical hurdles as possible and be as clear and prescriptive where appropriate in our bill language as possible. Just get up ahead of implementation questions or logistical concerns. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read the comment from Mary in the chat. Given the criticism of the tabulation in the 2-seat Arlington County Board primary race in June 23, is there a possibility of a different form of tabulation that would avoid some of the criticism and would ensure that all voter preferences do indeed get recorded in the tabulation, as opposed to the number 1 choice candidate voters not having their number 2 choice tabulated? I think what is most important in that instance is not changing the method of tabulation. Single transferable vote is held to be the real gold standard in multi-winner ranked choice voting elections. I think the opportunity that was missed and what we need to do better in the future in these multi-winner races is voter education not only on how it works, but why. It is meant to bring about proportional representation. That's why you use multi-winner ranked choice voting races. That's why you tabulate that way. And I think that we did not, as a coalition, as folks getting ready for that election, make that clear enough. But I think letting folks know that this is a way to better represent all voters in the electorate is vital. So making sure the why is as focused on as the how. Luckily, Arlington has 3 more years of single winner county board elections. So we've got a little breathing room to really beef up that education. That's all I
don't
got, but I'm
have
happy
any
to take questions.
I don't see any more questions.
Well, you have a
Uh,
few more
some of the
minutes if you have
questions-
any.
Yeah, Joan, some of the questions are popping up after our guests are leaving. So if anybody has a question. Nope.
Right. And I want to thank Pam Berg officially because she's actually circling the questions that we haven't answered. And she's trying to make sure that we get those questions to the people. Oh,
there's
there
a
is.
question. Yeah.
Oh,
Can you
sure.
explain how ranked choice voting works?
Yes. Briefly, instead of going into the voting booth and just saying, I want this one, I want Joe Biden, whatever it is, you would get to go into the voting booth and say, this is who I want, but this is my second choice, this is my third choice, this is my fourth choice. That part is easy, right? That front end voter experience is easy. We still believe that voter education is key, but exit polling shows people understand ranked choice voting. We as humans do it all the time. My 5-year-old does it with anything, whether she's asked to or not. So that part is easy. The tabulation side, and this is for a single winner race. This is president, senator, delegate, etc., not how it worked in Arlington. So a single winner, we're going to count all those first choice votes just like a regular election. If somebody has reached the majority threshold, which is the goal here, we're trying to find someone who has the support of the majority of voters. If somebody has reached that majority threshold, then we're good. It all stops. You don't have to tabulate further rounds. But in these very crowded fields, that's pretty unlikely. So if nobody has reached that 50% threshold yet, the candidate with the fewest first choice votes is eliminated. And then we do an instant runoff. We count everything again, but if your candidate was the one eliminated, now your vote's going to count for your second choice. It frees you up to vote your heart. You're never throwing away a vote. There's no spoilers. You don't have to be a pundit. You just get to say, this is the person who spoke to me and my priorities. And if I can't have them, I'm okay with this person. And then you just keep going through those instant runoffs until someone reaches that 50%. It's slightly different when you're electing more than one at a time, but that is the bulk of how that works. And how ranked choice voting has helped with talking about issues. I think the biggest thing ranked choice voting does, and we really saw this in the GOP primaries in 2021, ranked choice voting disincentivizes negative campaigning because if Joan and I are in a primary, I can't go to Joan's supporters and say, Joan kicks puppies, don't vote for Joan, because all that's going to do is make Joan's supporters not like me. So if Joan is eliminated first in this primary, I really needed her voters to rank me second, but my negative campaigning has alienated them. So without, I do. No, she doesn't. That's how rumors get started, Joan. Joan does not kick puppies. So I think when you get that negative campaigning out of the way, when you don't have incentive to spend millions of dollars on negative ads or just hurl insults as your entire campaign strategy, it really does clear the air and leave space to talk about the issues. It is not enough to say, vote for me because you shouldn't vote for Joan. I have to tell you why to vote for me. And especially in a primary where our ideologies are probably not that far apart, I have to go out of my bubble, get out of my base and my comfort zone and appeal to a wider array of voters. So there really is an opportunity for nuance and actual conversation in a way there really isn't now. It changes the incentive structure, right? You're incentivized to delve into the issue and go beyond the tweet or the soundbite, and you're incentivized to actually solve problems rather than just go represent your team and not compromise or discuss or fraternize with the enemy, which is a terrible way to run politics, but is how our incentives work now.
There's
Right.
one question. Do you have to vote for every candidate in ranked choice voting?
That's such a good question. Thank you.
Mhm.
No, only in Australia do you have to vote and do you have to rank for everybody. So if there are usually, first of all, you might have, in a Democratic primary, what were there, 20 candidates in 2020? We've had these incredibly crowded fields. No ballot has room for you to rank everybody. Usually it's in Arlington, there were 3, sometimes there's 6, sometimes there's 10, but no ballot is going to give you space to rank 15, 20 candidates. The Alaska primary that, garnered all that national attention, there were 48 candidates in that primary. So no, you often don't have room to rank everybody, but even if you have 10 rankings available to you, you do not have to rank 10 people. You can rank 1 and say, this is it. This is my ride or die. I can't stomach the thought of any of the others. That's fine. Or you might just say, there's a few I could like, but that's it. This is still your vote. So if that's someone that you would never in a million years vote for, don't rank them as your first choice, your second choice, your 10th choice. These are people you can bear the idea of giving your support to, because that's how we tabulate that. We want someone who has the support, maybe not first choice support, but the support of the majority of the electorate.
Great. Thank you, Liz. It's always
Absolutely.
nice to see you. Thanks, Anu. Okay, well, I'm sure I'll be seeing you a few times in the next few days.
Right. I'm sure we have another call.
I'm sure. Thank you
all
so much, Liz. Take care. Bye-bye. Our next speaker is Taryn Bowles. Taryn is the Vice President of the Virginia Early Childhood Foundation. Taryn, welcome.
Hi, good morning. And I don't know, do I have the ability to share slides?
Yes, you do. Let me just make you co-host. So you're all good. You're muted though.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Must have clicked the wrong button. Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Bowles. I'm with the Virginia Early Childhood Foundation, an organization that's statewide and supports communities in strengthening their early childhood system. And we're public-private partners with the state. So I was thrilled. I've been in conversations with Maria Posey from the League. Thrilled to learn about the research and the work that you all have been doing to better understand and support a strong early childhood system in Virginia, because our new campaign slogan is, you gotta have childcare. Let's see if I can get these slides to move. I think you all know this from the thorough research your team has done, but quality childcare is so important. It's important to ensuring that we have school-ready children. It's important to ensuring that we have work-ready parents who can then work and be able to support their families and be self-sufficient. And it's really important for our communities and the overall economy to keep things rolling. So it's critical on so many fronts. We also know that in terms of school readiness, we're lagging behind. The most recent data shows that 40% of children starting kindergarten lacked the skills needed for success. So they did not meet benchmarks across literacy, math, regulation, and social skills. So that's something that we really need to keep an eye on and try to improve through increasing access to quality early education programs. We know that these disparities are not equal. You can take a look at some of these groups, and overall 40% looks good. When you see that Black students, it's more like 52% are not ready. Hispanic students, 60%, et cetera. And with dual language learners, as high as 67% of those children not ready in some dimension. We know that childcare is unaffordable. The Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission in Virginia recently did a study on self-sufficiency and access to affordable childcare. and they found that childcare was unaffordable for 98% of low-income families. And we might as well just round that up to 100%. So affordability is a huge problem, especially for our low-income families. And we know on this same topic that childcare can be as expensive as higher ed. So these are across the different regions of the state. And you can see that an early childhood experience in many cases is more than double the cost of college tuition. So it's a big problem, and we know this. And so Virginia recently, since the pandemic and some of those relief funds that came into the state, Virginia really tried to think strategically about how to best use those funds to address these issues that we've just talked about. So these temporary federal funds were used, part of them were used for really important policy changes to our childcare system. So first, and really a signature thing, Virginia is one of only 3 states that have started using a cost methodology to determine the rates, reimbursement rates for the child care subsidy program. So that methodology is based on the true cost of care, and it is focused on what it actually costs for a child care provider to deliver quality services. So those increased reimbursement rates based on cost of quality, it's a huge move forward. That increased rate allows providers to pay their staff more, which in turn, decreases turnover and increases retention and keeps those classrooms open. So that was a key important strategy that we don't want to walk away from. We also were able to expand eligibility to the child care subsidy program for families up to 85% of the state median income, which opened this up to a lot of families who just really are working and they just can't afford the high cost of childcare. Also use some of these funds to kind of streamline and cap the parent copays that are required as part of childcare subsidy. So right now, no family pays more than 7% of their income. So these were really important things that strengthened our early childhood system and really increased participation and uptake of these programs. We also know that childcare is a great investment. The Virginia Early Childhood Foundation commissioned a report from Vanderbilt University to look at a discrete amount of this increase in funding, $309 million, which is the increase from 2019 to 2023, and just focused on that increase of $309 million and did some calculations about what that investment would generate in returns. So we know that that money increased school readiness for about over 2,000 children who are going to now be kindergarten ready. We know that that investment supported an estimated 10,700 mothers with children under age of 5 to return to the workforce. And when you look at those two things, that generates over $364 million in the first year alone in increased family earnings and disposable income. So in that first year, you're getting more than your money back. You're getting more than that $309 million. It also very nicely generated $30 million in state tax revenues. So that's money that should and could go right back into that childcare system to keep those childcare slots available. And when you look at that investment over the lifetime, it's closer to $800 million in returns. So this is a great report. I highly encourage you all to take a look at it, but it really is the first research on Virginia specific data. And it really calculates everything from child maltreatment to increased high school graduation. And you can see how investment in childcare really benefits. As I mentioned before, those were temporary funds. So all those great things that I just talked about that Virginia was able to do, increase reimbursement rates, expand eligibility for families, that was done with temporary funding. And so we know, everyone has heard, it's been in all the news outlets, the temporary funding will be fully expended and expire at the end of fiscal year 24. So there's the fiscal cliff that y'all have heard about. And this is a chart that the Virginia Department of Education shared that really shows you clearly what that gap is and what the impact of that would be. So total available funding From fiscal year 24 to 25, you see a drop of nearly $300 million across the early childhood programs in Virginia: child care subsidy, mixed delivery, which is another preschool access program, and then the Virginia Preschool Initiative. That could impact about 35,000 children and over 20,000 families who will lose services if that gap is not filled. So over 37,000 parents, are predicted to experience some sort of job disruption based on, lack of access to reliable childcare. So the cost of inaction is great. We know that will mean fewer children are inter-school ready, small businesses who are already, having a hard time recruiting a workforce. That's going to get harder as more people step out of the workforce due to lack of childcare. And then especially this impacts mothers. So the Virginia Early Childhood Foundation, along with our partners, the Virginia Promise Partnership and the Virginia Business Roundtable for Early Education, are looking to the Virginia General Assembly to take action. So our recommendation and what we believe the solution to this, impending crisis is that the state needs to make sustained investments in the early childhood system. In fiscal year 25, we believe and are asking for $275 million, and in fiscal year 26, $325 million to close that gap, to maintain the reimbursement rates, the eligibility, and to keep families in the workforce and having access to childcare. And kind of a more long-term view, we will be filing legislation to create a funding formula so we don't have to go back to the well every single year and ask for money. It will be a formula that, much like K-12, calculates the cost and what's needed in terms of funding for the early childhood system. It would be based on that cost of quality. It would be able to kind of anticipate growth based on current parent demand and choice. And we would also, part of that legislation would also create a non-reverting fund. So when there's any unspent early childhood funds in the budget, instead of rolling back into, other worthy causes like transportation, environment, et cetera, it would stay in early childhood funding that was originally appropriated, ought to stay with early childhood, and that non-reverting fund would enable us to do that. We know that the Virginia Preschool Initiative program, which is more school-based, does not fully use their appropriation every year. There's about $25 to $30 million every single year that is not used, that gets swept back into the budget. And we want to make sure that that funding is scooped back up and redistributed for early childhood in the form of either child care subsidy or mixed delivery. So it does go to families and it does support children accessing childcare. So sorry, I'm talking so fast, but I know I only have 10 minutes. We hope you will join us. We hope, we appreciate the support of the league, your focus on childcare. We believe this is a critical issue for everyone in Virginia. And we hope you will join us in our campaign and our efforts, knowing that you got to have childcare. And we will be having a lobby day Thursday, January 25th. You can follow the Promise Partnership on social media. There are ways to sign up to get our newsletters and information on our webpage. And I will make sure to send all of this information to you all later today. So happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we're kind of at our limit for time right now, but if there are questions, we will make sure you get them. So that thank you so much. And thank you for coming. And if you want to send us that PowerPoint,
Sure will.
make sure it goes in the file. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Take care. Our next speaker is Tracy Clark. She is the Director of Elections and the General Registrar in Benton County, Virginia. And she's also the President of the Voter Registrars Association of Virginia. Tracy, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so of course, registrars across the state, we run into lots of different problems. And actually our leadership meeting is not scheduled until next week, where we will actually finalize our legislative priorities. But today I'm just going to briefly touch on a few things that we think will actually end up on that list. The biggest one that we are running into right now is several years ago, the general registrars were lucky enough to have our pay bands increased. Those pay bands for our salaries had not been increased or changed at all since like 1992. And so we worked for numerous years trying to get that resolved. And now our big priority is to try to do the same things for our deputies and our offices. The problem that we're running into is in some localities, they don't even have full-time staff. They might have a part-time person, and that just creates a lot of problems. The biggest one being if something happens to the registrar during an election or at election time, there's really nobody in the office to pick up that ball and run with it. So that can be kind of scary for some of those offices. Personally, I don't know how they do it without any help, because there's just so much that has come from legislation in the last few years that has greatly increased our responsibilities, our procedures, and all of that. So we are looking to do something for the deputies in their pay. Most of our offices across the state have less than 5 employees, counting the registrar. So, of course, there are some of the bigger localities, they have quite a few people, but the majority of the offices actually have less than 5 people. And retention is the biggest problem with those staff members. I know that there is one locality in the past, well, since 2011, she has had upwards of 20 deputy registrars, and that is for one position. That's not numerous positions in the office, that's for one position. And, she's in a small locality, and, people are looking for good benefits and good pay, and they'll come in and work this part-time job in her office until they're able to find something else in one of the local industries, and then they're gone. And she spent all this time and money training people just for them to go away. So that is probably going to be our number one priority in this session. The next one that we are probably going to do is asking for an extension of the canvass of votes. There's been quite a few changes over the last few years to things such as the deadline for the return of absentee vote by mail ballots. That has changed to where it is now 3 days after the election. If the ballot is postmarked by election date and received by the 3rd day at noon after the election, those ballots can be counted if they have the other appropriate information on the envelope that they're supposed to have. The problem with that is, for example, this past November election, the Friday after the election was Veterans Day holiday. So then we have to push that back. We have to then move that deadline from Friday at noon to the next Monday at noon. And then the next day, Tuesday, is when we have to have all of the canvass complete and to the State Board of Elections. That does not give us much time to do anything with that type of it's just mass chaos really on that Monday afternoon trying to get those ballots processed. The provisional ballots have to be counted at that point, and then we have to input all that information into the state database and then make sure that our abstracts of votes are correct. And there just isn't enough hours in the day for that. Last year, we did have that bill submitted, and it did pass the Senate, but it failed in the House. So we're hoping that this year we can get a little bit better support for that. And that bill would extend the deadline for canvass to be complete to be 7 days after the deadline of receiving the vote by mail ballots. So those are our two top priorities at this point. There may be some that come up. You know, there's always other issues. One of the other things that we are constantly dealing with are unfunded mandates. I saw a question pop up asking if we were state funded or locally funded. Only a portion of the general registrar's salary is reimbursed back to the locality. I think in the past years, it's been somewhere around 65 to 68% of our salary is reimbursed by the state, but that is all that is reimbursed by the state. None of our staff and none of our expenses. The localities bear that burden completely. So one of the biggest things that we face daily and that our localities face are the unfunded mandates. A lot of the legislation that comes from the General Assembly puts a lot of burden on the localities because we're changing processes, we're changing equipment and all of that. And we have to continuously go back to our board of supervisors or city councils and ask for more money because you know, legislation has changed and we had no idea, you know, what it was going to result in our offices. So the unfunded mandates are a huge thing. We always don't like when the bills are submitted, you know, and someone asks, oh, what's the fiscal impact? Well, to the state, the fiscal impact is zero. Nobody seems to look a little bit deeper to see what that fiscal impact is going to be on the localities. So we're constantly struggling with that as well. Are there any questions or?
No, like we're good. Thank you so much, Tracy. Let us know when those are finalized and we'll get them out to everyone. And we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Our next speaker is CJ Coles, who is the Senior Policy and Advocacy Director of Verified Voting. CJ?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Should I just go ahead and get started?
It's all yours.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Again, good morning. And thank you for inviting me and our organization to chat with you this morning. If I look a little bleary-eyed, it's because my time zone's a little bit earlier than yours. I reside in the state of Idaho. So I'm a couple hours earlier this morning than you, but I have my trusty coffee, so I'll make it through just fine. A quick introduction about me and my organization for those that don't know. Again, CJ Coles, Senior Policy and Advocacy Associate for Verified Voting. And in this role, I essentially have my hand in the legislative process in the various states in which we work, Virginia being one of those. And we have a long history in Virginia. And so happy to be here to chat about what we're looking to do in Virginia this coming year. In verified voting, we're a national nonpartisan nonprofit organization. I work with League of Women Voter chapters all across the country in the various states that I work in, and really enjoy that relationship. We have kind of a specific niche in the election administration process in terms of advocacy and where we can provide real value to election officials across the country. And that is in really kind of two big areas. One is the technology that is used within the election administration process. We are an organization full of computer scientists. We were founded by computer scientists that have spent their life's work on studying, examining, and securing election systems. And so our goal really is to strengthen democracy through the responsible use of technology in elections. And then the second point, or the second real big policy area, is on post-election auditing. And risk limiting audits being really the gold standard that we advocate for in state houses across the country. And I know we spent many years advocating, I think, together for risk limiting audits in Virginia. And happy to see that those have been implemented, that they've been piloted, and they were written into law. And I think last year or the year before, we got it to be pre-certification, which is a big deal to have an audit conducted pre-certification. So we spent a lot of time in Virginia advocating for that. As far as this coming year, I will say in presidential years, right? I mean, every year is an election year, but every 4 years is a big election year for election offices. We sort of take a more defensive approach when it comes to legislation. And what I mean by that is we want to ensure that in a big election year, that no major changes that would really disrupt the ecosystem of election administration are passed in the legislature, and really it's it's about safeguarding our election officials. Right. We just heard Tracy talk about unfunded mandates and how election officials are really bombarded and have been bombarded over the last couple of years across the country with unfunded mandates. And it makes their job harder and more complex. And we're not providing more funding, right, to the election offices, or more resources to the election offices to conduct and to complete whatever might be required by the state. So we want to ensure that we're not overburdening election officials in a presidential election year. And we also want to stave off, for lack of a better way, just some out there election administration ideas, right, that have been discussed across this country, in states across this country. There are some very interesting ideas about how elections should be run, should be conducted, how election officials need to conduct themselves in their offices, and the timelines that they have to meet. And we want to make sure that whatever those policy ideas are really rooted in a sound policy foundation, and it's not just some legislator's whim idea that they once talked with an election official for 3 seconds and thought, oh, we got to change all these things and you need to be doing it this way. So we sort of take a protective stance, if you will, in big presidential years, to ensure that election officials do have the resources they need, but aren't unduly overburdened. That isn't to say that if there is a policy idea that comes along that really is rooted in sound election administration, that we won't lend our support. We certainly would do that if there is certainly something within our wheelhouse, again, in that sort of technology or a post-election auditing, that if someone asks us and to support them, and we believe that if this will actually make an improvement to election administration, that we certainly would hop on board and do that if we agree. I'll also say that some things that we look at outside of the legislative process is also the essentially the guidelines, or what the state board is responsible for, what discretion they're given within election administration, what guidance they're providing to the localities. And I do think, and I don't know what they are yet exactly, but we're working to kind of go through their documents and see if there are any gaps, holes, if there have been any challenges in the last couple of years that perhaps the state board is looking at remedying. We might be involved in that process. We might be having conversations with the state board about, again, their purview, the authority that they've been given by the legislature, what their discretion is, and where they've maybe seen challenges that they want to fix. We want to act as a thought partner to the state board and to localities if they have challenges that they're trying to solve and they don't have the resources, they don't have the brain trust. We heard Tracy say that most offices really don't have very many staff. And if they do, there's a high turnover rate. And so my background is actually in election administration. I'm not a computer scientist. I was an election director in the state of Oregon for a period of time. I also, before joining Verified Voting, was the city clerk for the second largest city in the state of Idaho. So I have some experience there where I can be a thought partner to election officials to try and solve problems that they're really facing and not try to solve problems that they're not facing, that some would like to think that they're facing. So I think with that, I'll leave it there, see if there's any questions. I haven't looked at the chat, so if there are, I will go there. Where does funding come from? So great question. But we are 100% donor funded. So we have donors that donate to our foundation. And we have both a C3 and a C4 arm, the advocacy lobbying arm that I work a lot with. So we have two funds essentially that individuals or organizations or foundations can donate to, and that's where we get our funding. It's 100% donor funded.
Thank you. CJ, we are running a little bit over, so we'll get the other questions to you and get those answered. But thank you so much for coming, even though it's really early for you. We appreciate that. And
thank you for the invitation. So, I just want to say thank you to the League of Women Voters for the work that you do. It's super important. And I personally, as the roles that I've had previously, really appreciate the work that you do. And I love that we're able to partner with you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have a little break. I will stop the recording and we will have a 10-minute break. So I'll see you back at around 10:35. Let's try to stay on schedule. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker is here, and she is Isabel McLean, who is the Director of Policy from the Virginia Housing Alliance. Hi, Isabel. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. As she said, I'm Isabel McLean, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Virginia Housing Alliance, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share today with you all about our legislative priorities for
something. Yeah, there you are. Something happened.
So for those who aren't familiar, the Virginia Housing Alliance is a statewide advocacy and education organization with a mission to expand access to affordable housing and end homelessness across the Commonwealth. We have a rather long list of 2024 priorities for the General Assembly. So I'll just be sharing some highlights from that with you today. I'm going to put a link in the chat here to our legislative agenda so you can follow along and you can see how long the list is. I should also note that some of these items on this list may be familiar with you because they are also on LWVA's, League of Women Voters, affordable housing priority list as well. So let me pull up this for myself as well so I make sure I don't forget anything. All right, so first on this list, and something that is always a priority of the Virginia Housing Alliance and that we consistently lead the advocacy for is for increases to the Virginia Housing Trust Fund. This is a state fund specifically for affordable housing production and preservation, as well as specifically a portion of it goes towards homeless reduction grants as well. So 80% of it goes towards the development of affordable housing and 20% to homeless reduction grants. This is a really critical fund in Virginia to address our huge shortage of affordable housing. We have about at least 200,000 affordable units that we need to meet the need across the state here. And currently it is funded at $75 million a year. Every year it is oversubscribed. There's so many more projects that need this funding than are able to get it. And this funding in particular is super critical. It's often the final dollars that complete the capital stack and make a project possible. So we are going to be advocating for that number to increase to $150 million each year. We know that DHCD has a capacity to administer this amount of funding. And so we believe that this is a responsible increase to get us closer to meeting the need that we see. We are also working with several different advocates leading the push for the establishment of what we are calling the 5,000 Families pilot program. So in the past, we had called this the Housing Stability Fund, just for anyone here that might be familiar with that. But we have gone through a little bit of a rebranding in attempts to appeal to a wider audience and coordinate a coalition that includes education advocates, childhood development advocates, healthcare advocates, in addition to housing. So essentially, this program would set up long-term rental assistance for 5,000 low-income families with school-age children. This would be a pilot, a first step towards creating a more established state-funded rental assistance program or voucher program that can start to meet the great need that we also see specifically for this. In fact, we know that only 1 in 5 Virginians that are eligible for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the federal rental assistance program, only 1 in 5 of them actually receive that assistance. So this program is our first step towards that. We think it's really important. This sort of housing stability is not just a housing intervention, but it is an education intervention, a healthcare intervention. There are significant studies that show the positive impact that this housing stability or this form of rental assistance has on children for the rest of their lives, with their educational achievement, employment, well-being, their health, and everything. We have a campaign website for this and several resources. So I will also put that in the chat when I finish speaking with you all today. Also should note that on our website, we have under our state policy initiatives page, further information about all of these priorities and more materials and links and stuff like that, like fact sheets and things. Next, Virginia Housing Alliance is leading efforts to push for enabling legislation that would allow localities to establish a right of first refusal for publicly supported multifamily properties that are reaching the end of their affordability restrictions. So this is specifically a tool for affordable housing preservation. We believe it's really important that in addition to increasing our supply through building and development, that we also need to protect what supply we do have. So this would allow localities, if they chose to use this, localities or nonprofits or for-profit builders, anyone that they would work with that would, agree to establish affordability, they could transfer this right to them. But they would be able to step in when a property is at threat of losing that affordability if they chose to do so. We are also supporting legislation that would allow manufactured home park residents a better purchase opportunity to also, have a chance to purchase their park when it's up for sale. Residents or nonprofits and localities working on their behalf. It's a little bit similar to this, but different. So we're going to be supporting legislation around that. I wanted to mention because it's also on LWV's priority list. We are also leading efforts around a bill that would ensure that affordable housing providers receive accurate tax assessments. We've been seeing this across the whole state, that many affordable housing providers, their properties are being assessed at the same level of market rate properties, or not being assessed correctly. Our current law does require that assessors consider the income and these rent restrictions when assessing these properties, but the code is a little bit unclear. There's quite a few loopholes, and so some assessors are deliberately going against this code or choosing to interpret it loosely. I mean, there's also many instances of just ignorance or not awareness of it, or a misapplication of the appropriate assessment approach. And there are instances where it's being done correctly, but we are seeing this as an issue across the state. So our solution is a simple one. We are closing up some of those loopholes, and instead of referring to the generally accepted appraisal practices that are appropriate for these properties, we are actually listing out those standards using that specific language accepted by the profession. So we're, instead of just referring to it, we are listing that out and explaining the process and explaining the transparency and competency standards that are expected through this. I'm almost at the end here. I did want to mention a few other things on this list. We are supporting efforts to allow all localities to establish effective inclusionary zoning programs, including the option to make them mandatory. Right now, only 7 jurisdictions in Virginia have that sort of flexibility, while other jurisdictions are able to have inclusionary zoning programs. They are really overly prescriptive at the state level for what sort of things that they can include, you know, what sort of incentives or set-asides, as well as they're not allowed to make it mandatory, and only 7 are allowed to do that. So we believe that this is a really great tool that all localities should be able to use if they would like to. So I'm at the end. I know there's a few things on here that I wasn't able to get to. And again, I'll put a link in the chat for our website where we have more information, as well as our campaign website for the 5,000 families. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions.
Yes, there is one question. The Virginia Beach mayor advocated for attainable housing. How does this affect affordable housing?
I'm not specifically familiar with what exactly that the Virginia Beach mayor was referring to, but I know that there have been different terms for affordable housing, and some people prefer to refer to it as attainable housing instead. It just kind of depends on what you're referring to. We at Virginia Housing Alliance use the term affordable because we're specifically looking for very deeply affordable housing that is affordable to our lowest income Virginians. Sometimes people will use the term attainable housing just to refer to, in general, our huge affordable housing crisis, in the sense that, you know, many people, not even, you know, beyond just our lowest income neighbors, are struggling to have housing and access housing where they want to live. So sometimes that can also refer to what people call workforce housing, which is a term I don't really like because you know, our lowest income Virginians are also in the workforce, but that's usually used to refer to housing that's affordable to more moderate income Virginians. So I'm not sure what exactly the mayor was referring to, because that term can mean a couple different things, but I've most often seen it used to kind of refer to all of that sort of housing for low and moderate income individuals.
There's another question. What do you mean by inclusionary zoning practices?
Yes, thank you. I know this is a little bit of a complicated idea, but essentially this is setting it up. Usually, this is done in many different ways across the country, but usually this is a program where localities would give incentives to developers. So this could be things like density bonuses, you know, your reduction in parking minimums, different things to kind of cut costs on the production in exchange for a certain number of the units that they're developing to be affordable at a certain income level. That's also defined by the locality. Sometimes they can also make these mandatory. So saying any new development has to have affordable units. that a certain number and what level. They still usually include incentives to try to offset the cost to the developer to make this possible and not become a barrier to any sort of development. Also, sometimes developers can choose to contribute to a affordable housing trust fund in lieu of the affordable units, if that is more feasible for them. So there are a couple different methods. There's so many different ways that this is done, but essentially it's trying to create a program that would incentivize or require affordable units within any new housing development.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. And we look forward to working with you. Appreciate it. Our next speaker is Kathy Harkey. And Kathy is the Executive Director of the Virginia Alliance on Mental Illness. Kathy, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to attend. This might be my last year because I am retiring sometime between the end of the year and February. However, the new executive director will be sending out information on who the individual will be that replaces me. So anyway, but I love being with you ladies, and who knows, maybe I'll become a member of the League of Women Voters after I retire. So anyway, but yeah, NAMI Virginia continues to work on some of the same priorities that we have worked on for last year and the year before, mainly being the critical behavioral health workforce needs. Everybody deserves access to quality behavioral health services, and in order for people to be able to access services, no matter how much funding is put into the system, we have to be able to get people trained and in our workforce. And prior to the pandemic, Virginia was, we were in pretty poor shape even then. We were ranked 41st nationally in access to a trained behavioral health workforce or behavioral health personnel. And so that creates waiting times, people get put on waiting lists. So even if we have services and the services are funded, we have to have somebody to operate those services. So a lack of staff has created almost desperation for both children and adults across the service spectrum. And they haven't been able to access regular services, crisis services, community care services, access to a long or short-term care facility. So it's imperative that we continue to advocate to attract and retain staff in all of the behavioral health disciplines. So that remains a number one priority for us. And as you've seen this year, when the governor's budget passed very late, there was an influx of money to come into behavioral health. So we're now going to have 23/7 crisis stabilization centers or crisis units. But again, we have to have that workforce. So that remains a priority for us. And I'll go over just, we try to keep our big priorities at no more than 4, because we can't focus. If we expand beyond that, we have other priorities that we do things like meet with legislators or, virtually, or send emails or phone calls. But our big priorities are the priorities to where we are there at every hearing. We develop fact sheets. We're visiting legislators at the General Assembly, as well as community organizations on a regular basis. So we try to keep that at 3 or 4 so that we don't spread ourselves too thin and aren't able to adequately advocate for the big boys, and so the big priorities. So before I move on to the next one, does anyone have any questions on the workforce challenges that we're facing? I see a couple of comments where people are familiar with it and understand, and you're right, housing is a big issue. as for housing, I can say that we were only at about 50%. We had funding for, and I believe you just heard from someone on housing, but pre-COVID, beginning of COVID, we only had funding for about 2,500 units, and we needed a little over 5,000 units. More funding has come in, so we are getting closer to closing that gap. I saw another comment from Carolyn here about shortage of child and adolescent psychiatrists. And you know, Carolyn, that is a huge topic, and it is actually number 2 on my list of priorities. And what's going on there? There is a shortage in psychiatrists and services for children. So we're advocating for that in the workforce piece. But there's also a big problem because since COVID, mental health matters in children and adolescents have escalated. They've just gone through the roof. And what we're finding is, and this is an example, just about 2 weeks ago, a young boy, he had just turned, he was 15. It was like a week before his 16th birthday. And he has anxieties. He's had anxieties since not long after COVID started. He went back to school, still has anxieties. Well, he went to the doctor about it. The doctor prescribed him a prescription called Zoloft. The lowest dose, I believe, is 50 milligrams for Zoloft. And so the Zoloft seemed to work a little bit, but he was still having anxieties. So he went back to the doctor, and the doctor he was seeing was a primary care physician because of the shortage of mental health providers for adolescents, adults, everyone. So he went back to the primary care physician. Well, when he said, yes, it's helped, but I'm still having anxieties, the doctor doubled the dose to 100 milligrams of Zoloft. Well, this sent sometimes these medicines can work the opposite way. It worked the opposite in this young man. His anxieties got better, but he now had depression. It was medication-induced depression, which brings on suicidal ideology. And this young man was, star of the wrestling team in college classes at 15 years old. I mean, just a student who excels and had never had problems in the past. So he had now medication-induced depression, medication-induced suicidal ideology, couldn't sleep, was having trouble with his eating, all of these symptoms that come along with depression. So his mother, the doctor was going to call emergency responders because when he went to the doctor's office, he said this. He said, yes, I've thought about maybe I'd be better off if I weren't living. Well, the PCPs, primary care physicians, automatically think, well, we need to call in first responders, get this young man to a hospital. Well, his mother said, I will take him. So the PCP called it into the hospital in Charlottesville. The mother gets to the hospital in Charlottesville with this young man, and because there are no adolescent units, he's in an adult psychiatric ward, and there were adults in there that were really bad off. One of them had substance use disorder and was banging on doors, apparently scaring the poor young man terribly. Plus, those places are not very warm and welcoming. They're just a bed, the TV's in a glass case or a plexiglass case, no furniture, no windows, no nothing. Someone else in the unit, from what I understand, 2 security people had to be called because they were in crisis, had gone off of their meds, doing great when they were on their meds, but they had gone off of their meds. They were in crisis and out of touch with reality until they could get them straight. And so this poor 15-year-old boy was in there with them. So they released him after 3 hours and he went home. I went to the next doctor's appointment and told the PCP, I believe this is medication-induced depression with the side effects suicidal ideology, lack of sleep, that so on and so forth. So the doctor weaned him off of the Zoloft, because you have to come off of it slowly, and put him on a different medication. The new medication, I just talked to the young man earlier this week. The new medication is doing wonderful. It's taking care of the anxieties, no more thoughts of suicide. He's back in wrestling. He's caught up in his college. He's doing great. But that is the problem when we don't have enough psychiatrists or services like a hospital for youth that are going through this. And it was traumatic. I asked him the other day when I saw him, I said, if if anything like this ever happened again, what would you do? He said, well, I'll be honest, I don't know that I would say anything, because I never want to have to go back to a place like that. And he said, it didn't help me at all. He said, the only thing that it helped me was getting me on the right medicine. And that's sad, because if he doesn't speak out, if it ever happens again, who knows? He would take his life. His condition would deteriorate. Who knows what would happen? So that's a long story to let you know our second priority on our list is youth and adolescent mental health services. And I am not sure if I am at time or not.
Unfortunately, you are.
I am.
Unfortunately, you
Okay,
are.
but y'all get the gist of it. So that's where we are, workforce and getting more services for youth as well as adults, appropriate services. And those are the big boys.
Okay. Congratulations on your retirement, and we're going to hold you to that membership. So just
Thank you, Joan. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you all soon. Have a good day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Jamie Lockhart, who's the Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Associates of Virginia. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here with you all. I put together some slides because I know slides help me stay focused and on track. So I hope they help out with this morning. So I'm Jamie Lockhart, a she, her pronouns. I serve as Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia. And Planned Parenthood Advocates of Virginia represents 3 Planned Parenthood affiliates in Virginia: the Virginia League for Planned Parenthood, which has health centers in Richmond, Hampton, and Virginia Beach; Planned Parenthood South Atlantic, which has a Planned Parenthood Health Center in Charlottesville and one in Roanoke; and then also Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, D.C., which doesn't have a physical presence in Northern Virginia yet, hopefully soon, but does have health centers in Montgomery County and Washington, D.C. So we are 530 days since the Dobbs decision. And right now, abortion bans have eliminated all or some abortions in 21 different states. As you can see from this map, most of the states that are touching Virginia, all across the South, abortion is now banned or heavily restricted, including in North Carolina, which has a 12-week abortion ban in effect, but also has a mandatory 72-hour waiting period and a lot of restrictions that make it very difficult to access care. So a little bit about state of abortion rights in Virginia. As you all probably know, abortion is legal through in the first and second trimester, but it's not protected, which I will get to with our legislative agenda. In 2020, we repealed a lot of the restrictions, which make Virginia a key access state. And as I just mentioned, abortion access is critical in Virginia for those across the South. So now getting into our 2024 to 2025 legislative priorities. And I will note that I put these together because some of this may happen this year, it may happen next year. And then there's lots of things that we would like to do, but we know that are difficult to do with Governor Youngkin in office. So trying to make as much progress as we can with the majorities that exist, knowing that we don't have a supportive executive for our issue areas. So our top priority over the next couple of years is to pass a constitutional amendment to protect reproductive freedom. One has been introduced in the House and the Senate, HJ1 and SJ1, the first resolution introduced but we know that could take some time, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We want to defeat any attempts to restrict access to sexual and reproductive health care through legislation or the budget, since this is a budget year. Within the budget, we want to protect the Contraceptive Access Initiative, which provides free birth control to low-income qualifying Virginians. And then there's a couple abortion shield laws that we plan on working with legislators in 2024. One to protect abortion providers, and then another to prevent Virginia officials like the governor's office, attorney general's office, state police from supporting other states' investigations into legal abortion care that's provided here in the Commonwealth. And then we're also in discussions with a lot of legislators about legislation to improve maternal health outcomes, increase access to contraceptives, and then just broadly address healthcare disparities. So on the constitutional amendment, so our priority is protecting our freedom and ensuring that politicians cannot take our Commonwealth backward by restricting or even banning essential reproductive health care in Virginia. As I mentioned, SJ1 was introduced by Senator Boysko, HJ1 introduced by Majority Leader-elect Charnel Herring. And we'll be working with them on this amendment, whether it happens in 24 or 25. And, the bottom line is that Virginians need to be able to make decisions with their healthcare providers, and healthcare providers need to be able to act in the best interest of their patients without government interference. And just a reminder that we know that support for abortion is high. We know that 3/4 of Virginians want abortion to remain legal, and either want to keep the status quo or actually make abortion more accessible in Virginia. And then I think it's important always to share that, no matter one's personal feelings about abortion, we can all agree that it's not the place of politicians to make decisions for someone else. I also just wanted to mention, if you want to get more in depth into our policy priorities, we're having a pre-session briefing on Tuesday, January 9th at 7 p.m. on Zoom. And then I think we're about a week after y'all. We're hosting our lobby day on Wednesday, February 14th. So if you don't get enough at the League's lobby day, join us again. Join us for our lobby day. And then also just wanted to put up here the contact information for our regional organizers. And I'll share these slides, but if anyone wants to get in touch with them to learn more about opportunities with Planned Parenthood locally. And I will stop my share and see if there are any questions.
Yes, there was one question. I have read that many fetal abnormalities don't show themselves until after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Why didn't this be a part of the public discussion?
That people don't try to access care until after 15 weeks. Is that what you said?
No, I think what they're saying is that many fetal abnormalities don't show up.
Oh, yes.
After 15 weeks. So you won't even know, even if you looked. Yeah. So why is that not being addressed?
Yes. I mean, I think, during the election, when we talked about defeating abortion bans, really focused on how a ban is a ban, and all abortion bans take away people's ability to make their own healthcare decisions. But you're absolutely correct that most fetal diagnoses do not happen until later in pregnancy, oftentimes around 20 weeks, when they have that comprehensive anatomy scan that happens during pregnancy. And we are seeing in states across the country, especially Texas, there's an active lawsuit in Texas where there are several women who had very difficult pregnancies that they could not end as a result of their abortion ban. So I think part of the discussion, it would have been more part of the discussion, I think, if we were actually lobbying against a 15-week ban that had a potential of passing. But fortunately, with the legislators we have coming in 2024, we don't anticipate that an abortion ban like the one that Governor Youngkin was proposing could actually get to a vote.
There's another question. Local counties in Southwest Virginia are passing zoning ordinances that de facto ban abortion by imposing such restrictive zoning requirements specific to abortion clinics that there is no place that a clinic could open. Can this be addressed through the Dillon Rule?
That's a great question. And yes, Bristol, Grayson County, actually, next week on the 14th has a meeting about a local ordinance. Yes, I think it can be addressed through the Dillon rule. I think it hasn't been addressed that way because I don't think it's actually got to the point where it's been challenged and got into the Attorney General's office. I will say that I'm not sure, I'm not as confident in our current Attorney General in stopping something like that than General Herring I know would have and had said. So but that is a challenge that we're seeing across the country, but also especially in Southwest Virginia of efforts to really restrict access there. I think when it comes down to it, we've written letters in opposition. ACLU Virginia has written letters in opposition, really pointing out that they do not have the ability as local governments to restrict to pass such ordinances, and that these ordinances would be challenged and would be expensive for the localities to fight.
Thank you.
More questions.
Okay, yeah, we have a couple of comments. We'll make sure you get them. Can you drop the link or the invitation to that January 9th pre-session?
Yes, and I had it ready and I didn't drop it. This link tree that I just put in there has the links to our upcoming events, our lobby day, how to get involved in many different ways.
Great,
One
thank
link with
you.
all the links.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Great to see you all.
Take care. Our next speaker is Helena Berger, and she is with Rev Up Virginia. And Helena, you're here alone today, right? Susan couldn't make it. Is that correct? Yeah, we didn't want to miss her. All right. Thank you. And it's all yours. You're muted.
Duh. Thank you. I'll start again. Thanks, Joan, for the invitation. Really appreciate it. For those who may not be aware of Rev Up Virginia stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. We are a statewide coalition, and our primary mission is to increase the political power of disabled Virginians. And I just want to thank the Virginia League and so many of the local chapters that have been great partners of Rev Up Virginia over the last few years. So obviously I'm going to be focusing on the disability legislative agenda. The first items I'm going to be talking about are legislative items that have little or no fiscal impact. The first one is to ensure access to curbside voting. Currently, the Virginia Code allows curbside voting for seniors and people with physical disabilities. We are advocating that the word physical be removed so anyone with a disability can vote curbside if needed. We're also advocating for virtual access to boards, commissions, and advisory groups. Currently, people with disabilities and their caregivers can only participate remotely in these meetings if there's an in-person quorum. And many advisory boards and commissions are having challenges in reaching these in-person quorums, which obviously impact the voices of people with disabilities in the community. There's a recent proposal by the Freedom of Information Act Advisory Council that would allow people with disabilities to count towards a quorum, but not their caregivers. The Virginia Disability Commission endorsed a proposal to allow people with disabilities and also their caregivers to participate remotely, and we are obviously endorsing that proposal. Another one of our legislative priorities is to allow flexibility for parent caregivers. Under COVID, during the pandemic, there were new flexibilities for parents to be paid waivers to minor children with what's called a DD waiver, which is a developmental disability waiver, which helps eligible people with a developmental disability receive supports and services in the community. New restrictions were put in place as of November 12th. So we are advocating to protect those successful flexibilities that were granted under COVID, such as allow an employer of record to live more than 50 miles away, allow 40 hours a week of care per child, allow for respite, and allow a parent to be first resort for caregiving. The next items are budgetary ones, so they would have a fiscal impact. Our first one is to fund the priority one waiting list. So currently there are 15,000 people with developmental disabilities on the DD waiting list. And for those who are not familiar with priority one, which what we are advocating for is that 3,000 people who are currently in priority one, which are people who are in the most critical need of care. We're recommending that half, so 1,500 be included in this year's budget and 1,500 be included in next year's budget. As you can imagine, no one should be waiting in a crisis, let alone for years. And when we fund only a few hundred of waivers each year, we drive people into a crisis situation, which becomes obviously much more dangerous to their health and well-being and increases the expenses for the supports and services. The next one is to ensure that the DD waiver users don't lose services based on parents' benefits. So there's a proposal that would look at financial eligibility for the DD waiver by only counting Social Security benefits up to the current SSI amount. We're seeing in Northern Virginia, we are seeing parents leave a very significant amount of SSDI, so that's Social Security disability income, to their adult children. And that is jeopardizing their waiver eligibility. And this would fix that by disregarding the SSDI and only looking at the SSI amount and calculating waiver eligibility. Without these changes, people would lose the opportunity potentially to work and certainly to keep their waiver benefits. And lastly, we're asking for combining caps for assistive technology and electronic home-based services. For those who may not be familiar with assistive technology, for example, if you need mobility assistance, that could be a wheelchair or walkers. It could be products that help people with disabilities access and use their computers, like voice recognition and screen reading software. It could also be vehicle modifications, and these can be products and services that use both in the home and place of employment. The electronic home-based services are specifically equipment and devices installed in an individual's home. Currently, there are $5,000 caps on each per year. We are proposing a combined $10,000 total cap. The current caps for assistive technology and electronic-based home-based services are low and outdated. And by combining them, this offers greater flexibility and can reduce the need for other services. So that is currently our list of legislative priorities. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks for the opportunity.
There's one question. What is the current wait time for those on the DD wait list?
It could literally be, well, again, there are different priorities. There are 3 of them. Under priority one, just to give you an example, it's anybody who needs services within a year. So if you're in those other priorities, it literally can be, years before you're getting the eligible waiver supports and services. And this is not just happening in Virginia. This is a national problem with the waiver lists and the waits that are taking place, and clearly put a lot of people with disabilities and their families in jeopardy.
I don't see any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Is Dr. Fetterman in the chat? We're just not seeing you. Okay, well, I don't see our next speaker and I don't see the speaker after that. So we're just going to have another break, and I will monitor to make sure that they, if they come, we will jump right back in, but we'll keep searching to see if they're here. So let's take a little bit of a break. And as soon as I see them, I've called them. So, you know, life happens sometimes, and we'll come back as soon as we get some speakers. Thanks. Hi, everybody. We don't see Dr. Fetterman, but Jonathan Iglesias is here. Jonathan, if you're ready to present, you can have the floor.
Hey
There you
there.
are.
Sure.
Hi, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, and actually perfect timing. I was actually just chatting you to say, hi, I'm here. But yeah, hi everyone. Welcome. Or I guess I should say thank you for having me again. My name is Jonathan Iglesias. I am the policy director with the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. See many of you during General Assembly session and throughout the year at events like this. So I feel like I see a lot of faces I recognize and names I recognize. But for those who may not know what the Action Alliance does, we are the statewide coalition on sexual and intimate partner violence. And we operate on behalf of Virginia's 70 plus, I think we're up to 75 sexual and domestic violence agencies that are community-based, mostly nonprofits. Some are kind of housed under government entities. But yeah, we do a lot of the training, technical assistance, policy development, and advocacy work with those agencies statewide in your communities. So we, every year, we put together a policy agenda that really has kind of grassroots organic movement from the needs of these local agencies and advocates and survivors statewide, and kind of funnels up to us through various committees and work groups, and just sharing space with those advocates doing the frontline work. And so every year we have a set of goals that we set out to accomplish. And this year, I think, like a lot of advocacy agencies around the state, we're both hopeful and also in this space of you know, having a lot of new legislators that we're gonna, you know, have to build some new relationships with, some of whom are coming in with a lot of knowledge around sexual and domestic violence issues, and some who may not be quite as familiar. And so we're excited about, you know, kind of the change in the makeup of the General Assembly. But this year, our legislative agenda on sexual and domestic violence issues is, I guess I'll just say, not quite as expansive. It's very robust, still a lot that we need and want to get done. But it feels like every year we go into session with about 20 million different things that we want to tackle. And this year, we're much more narrowly focused on a few items that feel really, really essential right now, while we try to educate some of the new folks and just build the relationships that we need to build across the General Assembly. So with that, I guess I will say our two areas of focus. One, I think many of you are probably aware of and or have heard other advocacy agencies speak to over the last few years, and especially throughout the pandemic. But we are focusing on a pretty substantial budgetary ask, and we're hopeful that when the governor's budget comes out, there will be an allocation for sexual and domestic violence agencies, child advocacy centers, and victim witness folks, all those frontline agencies doing victim services work in communities. But we're working particularly with Senator Favola, Delegate Delaney, Senator-elect Brewer, and quite a few other folks on a large budget ask that you know, really takes a connected and holistic approach. So you all, I think, may be aware, when we look at issues like housing, violence, all of these issues, often all of our advocacy agencies are kind of scrambling to get little chunks of what is the budget pie. And over the summer, we came together with the Child Advocacy Centers of Virginia and with the victim witness assistance programs that are housed under every Commonwealth Attorney's office around the state. So the Virginia Victim Assistance Network, and decided we're no longer kind of divvying up our budgetary asks. We're going to go for a more substantial ask that really ensures that frontline victim services agencies are fully funded and can do what they need to do. So we are launching this campaign that we're calling Put Victims First Virginia, that includes those three partners: the Action Alliance, Virginia Victim Assistance Network, and Child Advocacy Centers of Virginia. And we're going to be going for an ask that we have never substantially put together in this way before. So we're asking the General Assembly to invest $30 million in crime victims advocacy work that includes all those agencies and includes over 100, actually about 200 different programs around the state. We have, like many other advocacy areas, we've seen our federal and state funding for these issues just dwindle over the years. And we also have the reality that a lot of the funds that carried us through the pandemic, particularly ARPA funding and all these COVID mitigation dollars, are ending at a time when we're seeing record low investments in this work. And so just to give you kind of a quick picture, we have seen in just the past 5 years, the Victim of Crime Act funding at the federal level decreased by a whopping 47.5%. And that's funding that helps keep the lights on at domestic violence shelters, helps staff victim witness programs and Commonwealth attorneys' offices, and does all the work that is pretty essential for frontline victim services. We also, I think many of you know, are seeing significant cuts to TANF, and a lot of those TANF funds just not be quite as accessible as they once were. And so that's what's really affecting the child advocacy centers of Virginia across the state. And so part of the reason why we came together was just in recognizing those record low numbers in terms of investment in our work. And we're really going to build a broad coalition around this Put Victims First Virginia campaign, and going to need a lot of voices to support that work. And so stay tuned for that. There will be lots of materials coming out and lots of calls to action. If you're not already on the Action Alliance policy listserv, I'd encourage you to go to our website, vsdvalliance.org, and sign up for action alerts. But that is going to be a primary focus of ours. And we do know that we're having a collective day of action on February 1st, right in the middle of session. And hopefully, as you know, our budget writers and staffers are gearing up to start working on the new budget. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Funding, I know it's an issue for everyone. It is really, really an issue right now for victim services folks. Another issue that I will quickly just mention, and I know I've talked to this group about this before, and I think we all kind of understand the root causes of some of these issues here. But another issue that we're coming at again in 2024 is taking a look at the intersection of domestic violence and firearms. So you may recall, for those of you who were at our lobby day last year or on this call last year, we work with a pretty strong gun violence prevention coalition of lots of different practitioners, including domestic violence advocates, to look at things like those prohibitions or those firearms restrictions as attached to protective orders, and to look at the firearms prohibition that's attached to misdemeanor domestic violence. We have some solid laws on the books, including substantial risk orders that grant law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, or courts the ability to remove firearms from those who pose threat to themselves or are committing domestic violence. All of this, that's wonderful. But one of the things that continues to be a challenge for us as we go out into the field and work with advocates and attorneys and judges and all these folks on implementation of the laws is that the relinquishment protocol, the way to surrender your weapon, or the way for courts and law enforcement to enforce these laws is vastly different across code sections. So there's a different protocol for substantial risk orders. There's a different protocol for if you've been convicted of domestic violence, and there's a different protocol for relinquishment of firearms attached to protective orders. So one of the things we continually hear from law enforcement and from our partners in the field is that there's wild confusion about how to do this and how to do it appropriately. And so a lot of what we've been doing is training folks up, getting them educated on kind of what's within their realm of power, how to enforce these laws. But we've also recognized that that difference in these code sections is just, I mean, it's creating a barrier for folks to properly enforce and implement these gun laws. And that's coming at a time when we're seeing, for example, almost a third, I believe the number is 32%, but almost a third of intentional homicides in Virginia are related to domestic violence, right? Those are homicides in which a intimate partner or a dating partner, someone is being targeted, and a vast majority of those are committed with a firearm. So if we want to make a dent in intentional homicide rates in Virginia, we really, really have to look at the issue of domestic violence. And so recognizing that and recognizing the confusion across code sections, Senator Favola and Delegate Bennett Parker up in Arlington and Alexandria are continuing to work with us to file a bill that will hopefully clarify and align existing law around those firearms protocol, and provide law enforcement and judges and prosecutors and all the right people with the tools to be able to very easily and swiftly enforce those laws, and to hold folks accountable if they end up breaking those laws, right? If someone doesn't end up surrendering a firearm when there's an active protective order out against them. One thing I will note is also the Crime Commission put out some interesting data recently. I think this is right before Thanksgiving, just the week before, on intentional homicide in Virginia. And to our point exactly, one of the things that they put out was a recognition that 14% of all homicides that occurred between 2017 and their data leading up to 2022, of those perpetrators, 14% had an active protective order out against them, and therefore shouldn't have had access to weapons. And many of them still committed homicides with firearms, with weapons. So this is a very important issue to us, and it's one of the, I think, kind of key ingredients to keeping victims safe and ensuring that we have the tools in our system to hold offenders accountable. And so we're going to be pursuing a bill again with Senator Favola and Delegate Bennett Parker to ensure that that happens. And as you all know, there are about 50 million things that happen on sexual and domestic violence issues throughout session, things that we're aware of going into session, things that maybe pop up that we're called into. And so we're going to be tracking all of those things and just calling our advocates and calling on kind of concerned and impassioned community members to support us in some of that work. But I think really the big two things for us moving into 2024, like I said, are funding and just tightening up some of these firearms protocol as they relate to protective orders, substantial risk orders, and misdemeanor domestic violence convictions. So those are our big things, and a lot more to come on that. And yeah, I encourage everyone to get plugged in. And if you aren't aware of the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance, if you're not already on our policy listserv, please go to our website or reach out to me. I'm happy to pop my information in the chat and just make sure that folks feel connected. But thank you for the time, and I'll stop there.
We have some questions for you.
Sure.
First one was, how badly did COVID impact domestic violence? And is that number changing in the post-COVID world?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we saw immediately when COVID hit, so this is just looking at, we operate a statewide 24/7 hotline, but looking at direct requests for service, we saw an initial decrease in service requests when COVID hit, right? Because what we knew happened was a lot of people were forced, a lot of survivors and victims were forced to shelter in place with their abusers, and therefore couldn't safely access the hotline, couldn't make calls, couldn't send texts, couldn't access an advocate, didn't want to expose themselves or their family. So we saw we saw requests decrease immediately in March 2020. But then as, some of those stay-at-home orders and closures started to lift, we saw a drastic increase. So for example, a program in Northern Virginia reported in 2022 that they are 130% of their actual bed capacity. And they've had to start using COVID mitigation dollars to fund hotel stays, and they just can't keep up with the service request. One of the other things that we saw throughout the pandemic was not just the service request increase ultimately as a direct result of the pandemic, but also the lethality and the complexity of those requests, or just the violence that people were experiencing. The dangerousness really increased. So we have seen those numbers largely stay the same as these COVID mitigation dollars and these programs are starting to go away. And we're also connected to that. One of the reasons why we are really going after funding is it's difficult to retain staff and adequate support for folks in these positions and in these agencies when we have increased demand, increased complexity, and fewer funds available. So we're really needing to kind of build up our workforce development and our capacity to support a lot of these programs.
I have one question which is quite interesting. What percentage of intentional homicides are committed by those who are victims of domestic violence? This is also an issue.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't have that stat offhand, but we do have some historical data, and there's some national numbers that say that looking at and surveying incarcerated women or systems involved women around kind of the trauma and their experiences with violence leading up to incarceration, it was, I believe the number was 83% of women incarcerated in one New York-based study reported a precipitator of their incarceration being domestic violence or sexual assault and fighting back, right? Or doing something, engaging in criminal behavior in a means to survive, right? And sometimes that looks like people getting, not just fighting back, but obviously can also look like, victims getting entangled with the civil legal system when they try and leave in the middle of the night with kids in tow, right? When they're fleeing abuse, and maybe they get stuck with charges that look like abandonment, child abduction, all these things. So we know it's incredibly complex. We also know that a significant number of incarcerated women have experienced violence. And we do have a legal project at the Action Alliance that supports funding battered women who are entangled with either the criminal or civil legal system.
Great. Thanks, Anu. Thank you, Jonathan. We appreciate you coming, and I'm sure we'll be working together. Take care. Our next speaker is Narissa Rahman, and she is the Executive Director of Equality Virginia. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Joan. Thank you for having me here today. As Joan mentioned, my name is Narissa Rahman. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Executive Director of Equality Virginia. We are the statewide LGBTQ advocacy organization here in Virginia. Our office is based in Richmond, but we do work in every region and every corner of our Commonwealth. Much of our work through the first part of the year is focused on the General Assembly session. I will preface this by saying that we have several different entities within our organization. So we do have a C3 public education arm. We have a C4, which is our political and lobbying arm that does make endorsements as well. And we also have a political action committee that works to directly support candidates we've endorsed when they are running for office. And so, as I'm sure all of you were, and, same for us at Equality Virginia, we were, overall very pleased with the outcomes of the election in November and what it means for LGBTQ people and our work ahead. Equality Virginia recognizes that we're really in a unique position entering into the General Assembly session with so many new, younger, diverse lawmakers being elected to our General Assembly. And so we're really looking forward not only to just working with those folks and connecting constituents and LGBTQ people with their lawmakers, but we're also really looking forward to educating them on LGBTQ issues and what the lived experience is for LGBTQ people. As I'm sure you all remember from this past session, the 2023 session was one of the worst sessions on the books for LGBTQ Virginians. We had about a dozen anti-LGBTQ bills introduced, and a majority of those bills, if not all of them, were bills targeting the trans and non-binary community, specifically children, young people. Their access to healthcare, their access to safe and affirming learning spaces, and their access to sports. And what we saw in Virginia, did not happen in a vacuum. This is happening nationally around the country. And so there is a targeted, national, well-funded attack against LGBTQ people that has increased in volatility and violence over the past several years. And so while pro-equality lawmakers, will control both chambers of the General Assembly, we do not expect anti-equality lawmakers to suddenly stop their baseless culture war attacks on the community. And so I will preface saying that while we are excited to potentially work with lawmakers on introducing some legislation, we are 100% still prepared to play defense and defeat any anti-LGBTQ bills that we see. But more on to, the exciting stuff. As I said, we've got some new lawmakers that we're all looking forward to working with. What our organization is focused on the next month, the next 5 weeks before session starts, is really educating lawmakers on the issues and providing them with some policy briefings about what has happened nationally and, what we anticipate for the session. So, in addition to sort of that education work, the way Equality Virginia really sees our work over the next several years is seeing where members stand on the issues, especially these new members, and identifying the ways we need to engage them, what stakeholders they need to meet with over the next several years so that we can continue to move the needle forward. As I'm sure you all remember, and you all were a part of this work, and 2020, 2021 were big, huge banner years for Virginia, and that did not happen overnight because of one election. It's decades and years of work leading up to elections, and elections are just those tools we use to push the work over the line. You all, League of Women Voters has been a huge ally with us in the fight to get the ban on same-sex marriage removed for the Constitution. And we are ready to continue working with Senator Eben and Delegate Sickles on their bills to remove that stain for the Constitution. And so you can undoubtedly see us in the Privileges and Elections committees again. Hopefully the committee is not meeting at 7 a.m. like they did this past session. And we can all get some sleep, but we will be working on that with them. And starting out strong, and then seeing what we need to do both publicly and with lawmakers to push that along when they would vote on it again during the 2026 session. Beyond that, I think the two big things that we are looking at is the safety of our youth in schools, especially LGBTQ youth. As you all know, the governor's anti-trans model policy is making its way through school boards around Virginia. And anytime we have anti-LGBTQ bills introduced it just increases the risk of violence and discrimination we will face because of the rhetoric that's swirling around, and how that emboldens folks to take action against us. And so we are looking into strengthening our anti-bullying and harassment policies in schools, and then suicide prevention as well. And so we believe, we're hopeful that, we will introduce comprehensive enumerated anti-bullying and harassment legislation that would apply to K through 12 educational spaces to address the needs of students who experience victimization in their schools. And so we understand that the most effective policies require protections for all students, and also specify or enumerate categories of students who are particularly vulnerable due to bias and who research shows experience the highest rates of victimization. So state anti-bullying and harassment legislation and local education policies, we really want to make sure that students are protected based on their actual or perceived race, color, national origin, sex, their disability status, their sexual orientation, their gender identity, and ethnicity and religion. GLSEN does a national school climate survey every year. They survey Virginia schools as well. And so we understand that bullying is not limited to specific schools or states, but it affects students around the country. And we see that as an opportunity here in Virginia to enumerate in our code that specific students are protected because of those classes and characteristics mean they are at risk for bullying. We also believe we also are looking into suicide prevention policies, and in 2023 the CDC Youth Risk Behavior Survey found that adolescents in Virginia are considering suicide at the highest rate in a decade, mirroring the larger mental health crisis that young people are facing nationwide. And the governor's anti-trans model policy is a direct link between these increase in suicide rates. When students are seeing their lives and their dignity debated by lawmakers or mocked and ridiculed, they it puts them in dangerous situations where for many they seem like the only way out is considering suicide. And last year, the Trevor Project, which is a national anti-suicide and anti-bullying organization, found that 43% of LGBTQ young people seriously considered suicide in Virginia. And so we really think that there are significant steps we can take to address youth suicide across the Commonwealth by making sure that school health instruction in our public schools incorporate standards that recognize the multiple dimensions of health, including mental health, and how it relates to physical health, requiring educators to, make sure that students aren't at risk, and requiring additional awareness training for educators and personnel. And then I think finally the biggest thing is, and you all may remember this, is for the past, I think, almost decade, we have been working to repeal the conscience clause that exists in Virginia. We recognize that, and this is, a child welfare related bill, across the US, about 390,000 children are in the foster care system, and about 5,000 of those are in Virginia. LGBTQ youth are overrepresented in the foster care system, and make up 1 in 3 youth in care, and 60% of LGBTQ youth were previously in foster care. So in order to improve services for LGBTQ youth in the child welfare system, we want to make sure that those youth are protected from discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. And so Virginia currently has a regulation that prohibits discrimination against youth in the child welfare system on the basis of their sexual orientation, meaning that if a child is LGBTQ, whether they are, gay, lesbian, bisexual, or they're transgender, they can be denied placement because it would potentially violate the conscience of the potential parent. And so this non-discrimination provision would protect them. And so those are sort of our three buckets. We're really focusing on just youth well-being. This year, we understand and recognize that these bills may not pass, they may not get signed into law, but we want to begin having these conversations now with lawmakers to see the work that we need to do to make sure that they will be signed into law one day.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Narissa. Nice to see you again. Our next speaker is Dr. James Fetterman, who's the president of the Virginia Education Association. And Dr. Fetterman, you are on. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, good morning, everyone. It's certainly an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having us to be a part of this event. I'm always excited to share, and I'm always happy to share, but I swear I would just love more time because this stuff makes me so passionate. But I do want to take an opportunity to talk about the VEA legislative agenda and the budget items that we will support. So basically, in no order, but to strengthen and protect fair labor practices and the right of public employees to organize and collectively bargain. We also want to require school divisions to provide parental leave and short-term disability and to fairly compensate employees for unused accrued sick leave upon voluntary separation from the employment with the division. And also the guarantee elementary teacher 60 minutes of unencumbered planning time per day. We also want to support the protection and the enhancement of indoor air quality at school sites, which includes air filtration system and mold issues, so that students and staff have a safe and healthy learning environment. And we can certainly say that we've had these air quality issues that were present even before COVID, but COVID just made those issues just manifest even more. Increased funding for mechanisms to support school construction and modernization. We knew that we had crumbling schools well before COVID, and with not being in school and a lot of not being able to upkeep a lot of the buildings, they have gone down even more. We also want to promote safe and just and equitable schools that are welcoming for all students and staff, discriminatory towards none, and to integrate the social, emotional, physical, and mental and spiritual needs of the whole student. We also want to reduce and mitigate child poverty, including through policy that strengthens affordable housing access, food security, comprehensive health coverage, and also targeted refundable tax credit. Childcare and early childhood education, and the temporary assistance for needy family, which is TANF programs, and public transportation. We also want to promote common sense gun reform and the implementation of evidence-based policies to proactively prevent gun violence in our schools and our communities, along with attract and retaining high-quality teachers and school support professionals that improve professional development opportunities for our students and their communities. Strengthen the teacher pipeline of high academic performance, the extensive clinical practice and field experience, and demonstrating knowledge of subject matter, pedagogy, and child development and learning acquisition. Also, the supporting of the unique learning needs and challenges in Virginia's small and rural school divisions. We often talk about many of the challenges that are experienced by Black and Brown children, but it's also important to note that there are children that are poor, that are not Black and Brown, that are in Southwest Virginia that should grow to expect the same sort of resources. The reform standards of learning, the SOL assessments to both reduce the total testing time for students annually and offer formative results to inform instructional practices that improve, implement, and fund professional development for educators that incorporate culturally responsive and trauma-informed restorative justice practices and address implicit bias. We also know that to improve equitable access to high-speed internet and appropriate technology for all students, communities, and school staff, that access problem was an issue even before COVID as well. And lastly, maintain and improve responsible school operational plans that support and protect the safety, mental health, and social and emotional learning of our students, communities, and the school staff. And you will see that the VEA will be very adamant as we work to oppose legislation and budget on the following items. And there are just a few, but we will be unapologetic about our defeat of these items. Anything that undermines public sector labor rights, including collective bargaining rights, create any new requirements for our public schools without the appropriate state share of funding to implement them, threatens public school funding or provide public school dollars to unaccountable private and religious schools, transfer the authority for granting charter schools or similarly non-traditional public schools away from the local school board, undermine or reduce the health or retirement benefits of school personnel, allow for the arming of school personnel with firearms, or repeal, alter any law, rule, or regulation designating school property as a gun-free zone. Disenfranchise Virginia residents from democratic and civic engagements with state government, seek to repeal or restrict the rights and well-beings of marginalized groups, and lastly, supplement any re-benchmarking costs for required technical updates. And I will put the link for this document that I have referred to in the chat, as well as provide it to the hosts. And I am happy to answer any questions that may be burning from this group.
Well, I think you answered them all in your presentation. That was fantastic. Thank you. Yes, please send us that. We'll make sure that everybody gets all of that information. And we appreciate you coming here today. Oh, great. Terrific. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Take care. Our next speaker is Lisa Sales, and Lisa is the executive director and the president of Virginia Now. Lisa, it's all yours.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see you. Many of you may or may not know that Virginia Now is a multi-issue organization. And so our 6 core issues are reproductive rights and justice, of course, constitutional gender equality, the Equal Rights Amendment, ending violence against women, LGBTQIA plus rights, racial justice, and economic justice. So everything we do revolves around equity and equality. And of course, mixed in there is things like pay equity and, protections from gun violence and whatnot. So with that, I wanted to share some slides, if I might, and give you a little bit of a picture of what we're pursuing in the General Assembly. And here we go. Okay, everybody can see okay? And by the way, thank you so much for having me. I always enjoy coming to these events and being in community with all of you. So thank you, Joan, and thank you, Deb, prior to that, because we really work together, and it shows, and it's important to build those coalitions. Okay, that's my contact information should you need it. Let's see if my screen is going to behave. Okay, lots of words on this page. At Virginia Now, to address pervasive workplace problems, we've requested the following bills in the 2024 session. You might recall last year, I wrote the Silence No More Act, and it was carried by former Speaker Eileen Fillercorn. So what is this about? It's a bill about telling your story, reporting any illegality without fear of retaliation or firing. It got severely watered down last year to only protect 2 forms of discrimination, and that's sexual assault and sexual harassment. We're saying that is not enough, hands down. Anyone that wants to speak out should be empowered to report any form of discrimination, whether it's LGBTQIA discrimination, people of color experience discrimination. They should also, obviously, any form of racism, I should say, they should also be able to report any kind of wage theft, any kind of waste, fraud, or abuse, such as if an employee or a boss is embezzling. And there should be increased protections for whistleblowers. What does this mean, and why is this law so important? As I said, both at the federal level, last year this time, the president signed into law the Speak Out Act. We call it in the states the Silence No More Act, but it only protects women in marginalized communities when they speak out, and anybody really, when they speak out against sexual harassment and sexual assault. And we feel it should include all forms of discrimination. One should not be forced to sign away their voice vis-a-vis a non-disclosure agreement or a non-disparagement agreement. So you see my note in there, silence should not be for sale. In blue, you'll note through my slides who the patrons are. So that is Senator-elect Saddam Salim and Delegate Michelle Maldonado. So looking to expand that. Our second bill is mandated anti-discrimination and anti-harassment training, prevention training in workplaces. This is current law only in the State House, so only for state legislators and staff. It's spotty in the state at best, what the governor and what the agencies do. We don't think that's a good idea. And by the way, you might read articles that say, oh, this training is no good. Well, it's no good because it's not robust and it's not interactive. So not only do we need to make this training happen for the entire state and require it of private employers, we need to make sure it's robust and effective. Otherwise, there's no reason to do it. And so any criticism you hear about anti-discrimination or anti-harassment prevention training is due to those limitations. So it needs to be robust. Last year, it was patroned by Paul Kresek for us. This year, Marty Martinez, Delegate-elect Marty Martinez, is taking it over. The third bill is a Know Your Rights bill. Employers must inform workers of the statute of limitations to file a claim of discrimination with the EEOC or a state, federal, or a state fair employment practices agency, like a state or local EEO or human rights office. Why is this important? Because workers don't know their rights. And people think that human rights at a corporate, or excuse me, human rights, shows you where my head is at, always fighting for human rights. But people think that human resources, rather, it's not about human rights. It's actually about protecting the company. So many of you might remember that I was employed for a decade by Booz Allen Hamilton and was fired for stepping out to tell my story of sexual assault to Yahoo News. Well, when I go to report any kind of sexual harassment or sexual assault, or anybody does for that matter, I'm using a real life story here, an employer never tells you you have an opportunity to report outside the workplace. And I will tell you, big Booz Allen, right, is not interested in protecting little Booz Allen. So I call it big B and little b. And this is not just Booz Allen. This is a lot of companies who aren't good stewards. And they should be telling you at the time of orientation, look, if you're not happy with an internal investigation, you can go outside the company and ask for the EEO, see any state EEO or local office to investigate your claims of discrimination. That has to be done within a certain amount of time, depending on the situation, 180 days to 300 days. Company HRs, corporations rely on the fact that you don't know this. And what do? They bury your claims of dishonest actors, the poor stewards. They bury your claims of discrimination. They don't do a robust investigation if they do an investigation at all. And what do? They come back to the employee who it took so much courage and energy to report, and they tell you your claims were unsubstantiated. So talk about throwing cold water on such an effort, and then that behavior festers. So we think that a bill should tell employers that they must train at the time of orientation. They must tell employees of this right. They must also do it at interval trainings, and they must do it every time somebody comes to report a claim of discrimination at the office. They must tell you you have a right to file outside of your place of business with one of these agencies. Okay, next bill. This is in partnership with several others. Virginia Now can't take all the credit for this bill. We only take credit for the fact that it is a bill and not a resolution. So this is a really critical bill that was carried by Lucas last year and is being carried by Senator Boysko. I just gave Vivian a promotion, and Delegate Watts in the General Assembly. What is it? It requires that there's gender and diversity balanced corporate boards. Last year's bill said requires it. This year's bill says that it will be a scoring factor for companies applying to receive state tax or other incentives. And then lastly, a new bill that just has come up on our radar, really spearheaded by our legislative vice president, is a fair wage bill for tipped workers. Many of you may not know that, you know, folks that are waiting tables, fixing and mixing drinks, opening doors, carrying luggage, cleaning hotel rooms, moving furniture, delivering newspapers, mostly tipped workers, which are predominantly women and are predominantly people of color, only get a base wage of $213 an hour. Or 213, they wish, we all wish, $2.13 per hour. We are saying that this should be phased over time to $6 an hour in addition to the tip. So that is being patroned by new Delegate-elect Gardner. Next. Okay. This is more around the judiciary now. We support an informed judiciary. Of course, we want to protect parties to lawsuits and enhance protections for children. I'm pretty passionate about this, and it's been on my radar, and I've been writing it, but I never submitted it to be a bill until this year. Continuing legal education required of all judges, not just juvenile and domestic relations judges. Why is this important? Because you have judges, whether it's Court of Appeals or Circuit Court, making decisions in the lives of sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence victims, well, largely victims of violence, they're not trauma informed. So when we take the stand, sexual assault victims, domestic violence victims don't behave like a normal witness. Sometimes our thought processes are circuitous. Sometimes we rock back and forth. Sometimes we fiddle and we twist and we need questions repeated. And judges, some judges, we had an incident with a judge in Loudoun County, don't recognize these and are very hard on victims who are very emotional and testifying often with their perpetrator right there in front of them. And so we think that this should not be an elective. This should be a requirement of all judges to take continuing legal education. If you don't want to do sexual assault, domestic violence cases, that's one thing. But if you're exposed to victims, you need to have this training. Judicial Inquiry and Review Commission, the JIRC, the JIRC. I often call this commission the JIRC for the jerks, the JIRC for the JERKSs. This is for wayward judges, bad judges who violate the canons, judges who discriminate against parties to lawsuits. We were successful in bringing this bill. Delegate Kresick carried it for me a couple sessions ago. It became enacted law, but it got watered down such that, and please, y'all, check your courthouses across the state and send me an email or send me a text, because it's supposed to be posted per the law, earlier version of the law that we wrote, that all signs should be posted across all in every courthouse in the Commonwealth that say, hey, you have a complaint against a judge. Here's the sign, here's a QR code where you can go to get the complaint form to report judges. Many people, again, another Know Your Rights bill, many people are aware that you can file a complaint with the Bar Association with, against attorneys. They don't know you can file complaints against sitting judges. And so what this bill does is expands the previous bill to make sure that all of these forms are available, that you don't have to go to a QR code and download it, that it's in the clerk's office and every place where protective order forms are, other forms that the clerk's houses and other municipalities, wherever forms are made available. So that's the JIRC for the JIRC. Okay, this was a bill enhancing protections for children, ending child marriage, bringing the marriage age to 18, full stop, no exceptions allowed. It was carried previously by Senators Jill Vogel and Jennifer McClellan, and they only got so far. We think it's time to bring this bill back, because if you are not old enough to enter into any other contract in the Commonwealth, you should not be able to enter into a contract of marriage. Why? Because there's a lot of coercive control going on by parents. Sometimes there's money exchanges. It leads to human trafficking, and this will guard against that. If a young woman or man or non-binary couple or LGBTQI couple would like to get married, they get pregnant, let's say, fine, they can get married. They just have to wait until they're age 18. This is for their their protection. It's in the interest of public policy, good public policy. Okay. Number 9, which may be 2 bills since it amends 2 sections of code. It came to my attention from a substitute judge and family attorney that parents are becoming frustrated with the lack of services to help families with their children who are having behavioral issues or mental health issues. And the current statute doesn't allow for them or other pro se or other litigants, like a guardian ad litem, really, to file a petition, which is called CHINS. There's it's called Children in Need of Services. You're not permitted to file a petition by code. Sometimes exceptions will be made, and a guardian ad litem will be allowed to file a CHINS petition to enable services for children, and sometimes not. And so that's not standard or universal. And certainly parents are not able to file for services for their children. And so what they're resulting to is filing protective orders against their children or for the sibling of that child. And that's a misuse of the protective order system. It puts that child in more danger. And children don't have their frontal lobes fully developed, and they don't know what it means to violate a protective order, and then they end up in juvenile detention. And that is expensive, and that is also not a good way to go. So we want to amend protective order law to prohibit a parent from filing a protective order against a minor child of whom they have custody. You can't really keep so many feet away from a child that's living in your home, right? And amend CHINS petition law to allow attorneys and pro se litigants to file for children's in need of services petitions. I know I'm going through these really fast. 10. I think this is the final bill, actually. It's come to our attention that Medicaid, even though it's supposed to be a safety net, is not particularly equitable. So I'm going to take the number 2 first, since it's more simple. When a Medicaid patient goes to see a provider, Medicaid patient is stamped all over their file. Now that should be a neutral, randomized ID number. Nobody needs to know you're a Medicaid patient, only that you have coverage, because it is right for discrimination, right for disparate treatment, even if it's disparate impact. If you may not intentionally treat a patient differently, but when you know that they're a Medicaid patient, you could hold back services or not deliver full services. The other thing is that state Medicaid insurers are taking the power out of our physicians' hands. They're probably doing this for Medicare as well in other ways, but I can't speak to that. And they are forcing physicians to alter course. I'll give you an example. A patient went in to get her migraine medication. The Medicaid provider would not honor what the physician was prescribing. This was an effective medication. It improved her quality of life immensely. She was able to perform, go to work, do her job. However, when she lost her job and was on Medicaid, she was forced, the physician explained to her, you have to try all these other drugs before you can get what I'm prescribing. And the patient said, but I've tried all those other drugs. She goes, doctor says, I know, I see it in your electronic medical file. Why do you have to try these drugs again? Why should you have to try drugs you've already tried that make you sicker, that make you experience an adverse reaction before you get what you really need? That's sort of the context of the number 1 piece. So you shouldn't have to retry medications, and it shouldn't be every 6 months that you retry those medications. All right, last 2 slides. I have an action for you now. It wouldn't be me if I didn't update you a little bit on the Equal Rights Amendment.
Lisa, I'm sorry, running a good 15 minutes over. Can we?
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you guys just hold your phones up to the QR code and sign the petition. We have almost 80,000 signatures. And then there's an event on December 13th in DC. If you're interested, just let me know and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, we're just such a weird schedule that we have to
No worries.
keep to it. All right. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. We do have a slight schedule change. Our 12:45 speaker had a family emergency. He's on a plane. He can't be there. So our lunch is not completely lost. So instead of coming back at 12:45, you'll come back at 12:55. So you get back some of those minutes. So go have lunch, enjoy yourself, take a walk. We'll resume at 12:55. Thank you.
And Joan, this is Denise. I'm going to correct something on.
Yeah, can you just text me? Just text me.
Oh, yes,
and-
ma'am. I was just going to tell you, I was going to do that. I'm sorry.
Recording in progress. Hi, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. And I just want to point out that the League of Women Voters is so nonpartisan that I have switched to my red glasses. I had the blue ones on this morning. Now I got the red ones on. So just want to make sure everyone notices that we are that nonpartisan. We have like 30 seconds. So I just want to make sure everybody gets on. And then I see Megan is here and Lauren is here. Kim is here. Yay, our afternoon speakers are here. Okay, our next speaker is Megan Ryan. Megan is the Executive Director of the Virginia Coalition for Open Government. And Megan, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, Joan. I appreciate you all inviting me. Always a pleasure to be here. The League has been an important part of VCOG since our founding in 1996. And we continue to align with the League on most transparency issues in state and local government. So it actually pains me to know that our two organizations will likely be on opposite sides of an issue that's coming up this session. And that is all virtual meetings of public bodies. Now, every year since 2020, VCOG has worked with stakeholders to carefully and responsibly expand the ability of members of a public body to use technology to participate in their meetings. There are several options on the books already that allow individual members to participate electronically. And we actually support the basic idea of allowing disabled individuals to participate remotely and count towards a quorum, as Helena Berger referred to earlier. But there is an ongoing and aggressive effort to expand the ability of the whole board to meet all virtually more often and with fewer limits. And now let me be clear here. This is about the members of the public body. This is not about citizen participation. Electronic participation has always been allowed for the public. It still is. And it's even in the statute that it is encouraged. So if the state or local public body that you follow doesn't offer the option for you to watch or comment electronically, that's on them. It's not because of FOIA. Instead, this push about making more, having more virtual meetings is about making it easier for the members of that body as a group to participate from home, from work, vacation, wherever, without having to face their colleagues or the public they serve. In-person meetings of government are as old as the Republic, and they are a critical function of our democracy, where we get to see our representatives in action. They have to look us in the eye when they raise our taxes or approve a controversial data center. where we as members of the public get to see the other people who feel the way we do. We build alliances, or to see the ones that disagree with us, and we know who those people are. The main argument in favor of more all virtual meetings is that it will make it easier for older people who can't drive at night or don't hear well or have other limitations to participate. And we would agree that having their participation is a worthwhile goal. But we believe that we should do that through incentives built into other statutes, ordinances, internal policies, budgets, subsidies, transportation options, so on and so on. It shouldn't be done through a statute whose policy statement says there in the statute that it is to afford every opportunity to citizens to witness the operations of government. It's much harder for them to do that when everyone appears as a little square on a Zoom call. That is definitely not the only thing on our agenda for 2024, though, and I'm hopeful that we won't be in conflict with the league on these matters. So Delegate David Bulova is supposed to carry a bill for us that tries to make the process of filling a vacancy on a board a more transparent process. We see some localities and school districts that fill vacancies without making the replacement candidates' names known or their qualifications. VCOG's delegate is Amanda Batten, and she is supposed to carry two bills for us. One that deals with protecting our ability to see how much our local governments have paid to settle various cases and claims made against them or their employees, and paid through insurance, whether that means they're self-insured or they are with a risk pool or an outside insurance company. Another bill would direct the FOIA Council to convene a study of FOIA fees. We feel that this needs really just prolonged and intense review. Senator-elect Danica Roem may be carrying a bill on FOIA fees again this year. She's carried the same bill 2 years prior, but we haven't heard for sure whether she is or not. We know that bills will be coming from local governments that have been impacted by a handful of cases from the Supreme Court this spring. These cases threw into doubt the part of FOIA that allows members of a board to essentially bump into each other at church or a school play, or to show up at a public information forum like this one, without triggering FOIA's meeting rules. The Supreme Court case, like I said, threw that into doubt, and so there's probably going to be a proposal to try to counter that. Another case voided an action that was taken during a meeting that was held improperly during the first year of COVID restrictions. And so local governments are going to try to figure out whether they want to try to limit the remedies available under FOIA, or to impose a much more narrow statute of limitations. We are working with them on these issues, and we're just, we're not sure where we're going to come down in terms of anything final. I am anticipating having to play more defense than usual this year, but I would love to be proved wrong. And as always, we count on input and support of advocacy groups from all points along the ideological spectrum and partisan spectrum, because we understand that access to information is what everyone relies on to deliver our policy initiatives and our services. So I will drop the link for our future bill chart into the chat. And as always, just throughout the year, we are available for questions about both legislation and about any issues that you're having trying to access records or meetings yourself. And so that's my wrap. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank
you.
I don't see any questions, actually. Sorry.
No, that was me jumping on you, Anu. I'm sorry. We don't, but I have to say that if we agreed with all our partners 100% of the time, how boring would that be? Right. So we agree with you 9.99%. You know, we'd have to put a spice in there.
I consider that a pretty good track record, so that's great.
Thank you. And thank you for coming today, Maiden.
All right, have a good rest of your session.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Coletta, and Lauren is the Senior Advisor of Common Cause Virginia. And Lauren, you have the floor.
Hi, everybody, and thanks for the invitation. I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you all. I just wanted to share a little bit about what we're doing at Common Cause and what we're hoping to accomplish. But before doing that, I just want to share my background. I was at the national office. I was campaign director for more than a dozen years. And then I did international stuff and hadn't been really tuned into statewide politics. And then I was watching as they were trying to overturn all the voting rights successes that this Commonwealth has experienced. And so I was concerned and I called our national office and I'm like, what are you guys going to do about Virginia? And so here I am. This was the answer. I have a soft spot for the League. I was mentored by women from the League of Women Voters in Chicago for years. When I was executive director of a statewide organization there, and we had, Carrie Chapman Catt's desk right in the office, and these were the daughters and granddaughters of the suffragists. So, so it's good to be here with you all. So Common Cause, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the national organization, but in Virginia, we haven't had a real cohesive chapter in the history of the organization. And I was never quite sure why, but we have 20,000 members in Virginia. And over the last year and a half or so, we've been engaging them on state level issues. Prior to that, they were mostly involved in national campaigns. I just want to say in the short time I've been here working in the state, learning about the different civil society groups that are active, I've really seen growth in terms of the strength and size of coalitions I'm working on. One is Campaign Finance Coalition, the other is an Election Protection Coalition. And I feel like, and I think a lot of credit goes to Joan and the League because they anchor both these coalitions that I'm a part of. And I see this growth as just really, really necessary. The situation with campaign finance in Virginia, as you all know, is astonishingly bad. And, I was involved with the McCain-Feingold bill. It is really difficult to pass campaign finance legislation because you're asking members to do something that might put their office in jeopardy, and they don't want to do it. The current system suits them, and many of them are going to be very resistant. And without pressure from a wide variety of groups, we're just not going to get any traction. So I've been really focusing on, ways we can expand the number of people involved. Some of the conversations I've had with members on the issue are that they just don't hear about this issue from their constituents. That, so depending on where members from, they might say, well, that's you crazy people from Northern Virginia care about that issue, but we're fine with the way things are. And I've also picked up a sense that, Virginia is this good government state where we don't need to do anything because we're all honest and good. And so there really is a ton of work that needs to be done to disabuse them of the perception, because we all know it's a nonpartisan issue. Both Democrats and Republicans are concerned about the influence of money in politics. Now, it's not clear to me for campaign finance reform what the legislative vehicle is going to be. There's a few things out there. Some of them are what you would think would be low-hanging fruit. Others are a bit more sweeping. And it's always that tension, do you go for an incremental approach and just try to pick things off that you might be able to win, or do you propose something more bold and try to do it all at once? But the current state, my best guess is that the current state is going to be that we should start picking things off bit by bit and till we have the traction to really undertake more significant reforms. People talk about public financing, and Common Cause has passed that along with the League and some others in a couple of states, but the rate of those bills passing has really slowed down in recent years. So, that's a major lift that I don't think we're prepared to take right now. But depending on where our group lands in conjunction with other groups, we will be activating our members on definitely campaign finance issues, for sure. It's a priority for the organization. And what exactly that will be at this moment, I don't know. The other part of our legislative effort really is a defensive effort centered on combating voter suppression efforts. And that's sort of what caught my attention, why I really wanted to do something. And in the last session, you had, bill after bill after bill that was trying to carve out certain groups of people. Like I remember one was, only military families can access same-day registration, or only just like little incremental ways to, keep some people away from the polls. In Richmond, we had early voting. The number of places where you could early vote was cut. We had some of the ideas that come out are just, just really bad. And now with the current state of the legislature, I doubt those efforts will be successful, but we are at very slim margins right now. And I want to keep up this conversation with our members and continue to engage them on these issues, because it's, at the heart of our mission. Virginia has come a long way in terms of access to the ballot and made it much easier for people to vote. But those successes are under threat, and we see efforts, quite often to limit drop boxes and early voting or change voter ID laws. And so we will be at the forefront, or put a lot of energy behind exposing those efforts and combating them. But the one voting rights issue, and I know Sheba Williams is coming later to talk, so I'm not going to go into great detail, but we understand that there's bipartisan support, or there has been in the past, for returning citizens to get the right to vote. And then I'm sure you all know that over the past year, since I guess it was March of the year before last, where, unlike previous governors, Governor Youngkin really slowed down the process. He has very arcane or vague criteria in how he's granting these rights back to folks. And, you had people, 37,000 people or 34,000 people who were erroneously taken off the rolls because some sort of reporting problem between law enforcement and the elect. And the right to vote is fundamental, it's sacred. And for our fellow citizens to be denied that right, or have to overcome huge administrative obstacles in order to regain their rights, really sets Virginia apart from the rest of the country. And that's just something that I don't think that we can stand for. So I realize it's a long process. It'll have to pass 2 consecutive sessions in order to get on the ballot for constitutional amendment. But it's a long-term fight we're willing to have. So that's primarily what we want to do. I'm trying to formalize our organization here in Virginia. And I have some challenges in terms of a lot of our members are located in Northern Virginia and Charlottesville. And so I'd like to expand to more rural areas as well. That's where a lot of disinformation is happening in terms of election work. And so I think election issues. So I really think that is something that Common Cause in an organization, and also with the coalition work that we're doing, is definitely something that we have our eyes set on. And from a political standpoint, I don't see us moving the needle much unless we do have a real, true statewide presence. And I'll leave it there. Any questions or comments? I see some familiar faces out there from various work that we do.
We have one question here.
Okay.
With regard to campaign finance, if individual members not speaking for the organizations were to pester their representatives in the General Assembly, there could be some movement. Would you be interested in mobilizing your members to do this?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely part of our mission and goal. And there really wasn't a great vehicle last time around in the last session, but I'm hoping something better will come this session. And just to share from personal experience, for the campaign finance fight, I think we had to suffer 2 presidential vetoes. It went through several congressional sessions. I think it was like 14 years of work. But toward the end, as the momentum built, the AARP signed on, and it was just a sea change all of a sudden. Like we had, Common Cause and the League and the PIRGs, but when AARP stepped on it, they had such a presence throughout the country that was the only thing. I mean, our collective effort, but members respond to the people they represent, and that's the best language. It doesn't matter, and too, that takes money. That takes money for staff and media and communications. And so it's a big fight. And if we're gonna, hopefully Common Cause brings something to the table that wasn't there before, because we weren't activating our members on state issues. So I'm hoping that we can be an asset, but for sure we're going to be trying to, have our members talk to the representatives. Not just once in a while, like over time. We need a steady drumbeat.
Okay, I think there's some conversation between our members. I'm not sure if that's a question. Is that a question?
No, it's not a question. Okay, are we good?
Yes, no more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Anu. Thank you, Lauren. Nice to see you again. And
See you soon.
we'll be talking.
Yes.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is Jay Spear, and Jay is the Executive Director of the Virginia Poverty Law Center. So Jay, what do you have to say that's exciting?
Well, thanks for having us. So the Poverty Law Center has been around since 1978, and we work to break down systemic barriers that keep people in poverty. We have usually have a pretty extensive legislative agenda, because we have, I believe, 13 people that are registered lobbyists over the General Assembly. So we cover a lot of different issues. It's always difficult to tell at this point what we're going to work the most on, but especially with all these new legislators, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting session. A lot of interesting bills come up, I think, that nobody would really be able to anticipate. So I tried to break down what we think we'll be working on in the different categories. We'll focus on keeping people in their homes, providing adequate support for our vulnerable children, stopping the spread of abusive junk fees, and improving access to justice. Those 4 things. And so I'll just give you a brief description of some of the things that we plan to work on under those different categories. First of all, keeping people in their homes. There will be a bill to extend from 5 to 14 days the amount of time a tenant has to pay past due rent before a landlord can sue. We've tried to do this many different times in the past, and we've gotten close, but never gotten it through the finish line. There's a lot of stats out there about how this keeps a lot of people from being evicted, just a simple change from 5 days to 14 days. It's something you probably never heard before, but we want to do something about attorney's fees that are charged to tenants when a landlord sues them to evict them, because we've gotten the law changed in the last few years so that you have the right, even if a court orders you to be evicted, if you can pay everything you owe before the sheriff comes to put you out, you can avoid that eviction. And that's a very important right. But the problem is that sometimes the landlords tack on huge amounts of attorney's fees, and it makes it hard for people to pay that off and stop from being evicted. So we're going to have legislation that try to have some sort of standardization of these attorney's fees. Also, under keeping people in their homes, we want to change the payment system for in-home medical care so people can get care in their homes instead of being forced to go to nursing homes. And then another issue under that umbrella of keeping people in their homes is there needs to be a standards for when home utility services are disconnected and also reconnected. And we've been working on that for a couple of years. The next category is providing adequate support for vulnerable children. An issue that has been before the General Assembly over and over again is school meals for children. We've had a lot of success with this, but we've seen in the last year or so that more children are losing their eligibility. So we need to reverse that and have school children have meals available for all children in school. Another issue that we will support is Medicaid for all kids. This will be a coalition of folks working on this, but it basically extends coverage to all children regardless of their immigration status. And then also the Commonwealth Kids Credit. Again, a lot of folks will be supporting this. Restart the successful federal child tax credit that lifted thousands of children out of poverty. We will support that. Stopping the spread of abusive junk fees. You've probably heard a lot of the news lately about junk fees. You know, the president has been talking about it. And so one bill that we're going to be pushing is called the Truth in Renting Act. We've been hearing lots of reports of landlords charging junk fees that aren't disclosed in the lease. The Truth in Renting Act would require landlords to list all the potential fees tenants may be charged on a separate sheet. Basically, you have to disclose it ahead of time. That's what the truth in renting issue comes in. And believe me, as somebody who's paying rent for my daughter who goes to VCU, there are a lot of junk fees. So the other thing that I would mention under abusive junk fees are these something that we call workplace payday loans. They tried. There's this group. They call themselves Earned Credit Wage Advance, but basically, it is a workplace payday loan. They tried to get legislation passed last year, and what it refers to is people are so desperate that they can't wait to get paid. They pay a fee to get paid early, and they get stuck in what it's just like the payday loans. It's a workplace payday loan. There are some employers that offer this service for free, and there's no problem with that. It's just that these folks that are charging people to do this, and there was a study done recently and found that the average person who does this does it 36 times a year. So it's just like the payday loan. It traps people. What they're trying to do is pass an exception to the Fairness in Lending Act, which many of the groups that you hear from today worked on for many years. We don't need this exception, so we will definitely oppose this. Under improving access to justice, an issue you probably haven't heard much about, but we need to allow Virginians to appeal bad government agency decisions in court. We've tried to do this for years and years, and it doesn't make any sense. If there's a bad agency decision, you should have access to the court to challenge that. We will support fair and open rules about who is eligible for Medicaid and other life-sustaining benefits. There should be a full study of Medicaid eligibility criteria to get rid of some arcane rules that have been around and sort of patchwork that happens. There needs to be a good study of what's going on there. And then we will support a guardianship bill of rights to ensure that persons with disabilities are treated fairly by the courts and their guardians. Something we've worked on this will be about the third year we've worked on something called a fair payment for attorneys who represent parents who are, so that they can do they represent parents when the state is trying to take their children away. And so we've tried to get fair payment for those attorneys so they can do a better job. And then finally, an issue some people probably have a negative view of class action lawsuits, but class action lawsuits are a way that people use the courts to seek relief for violation of their rights if the cost of the litigation exceeds the potential benefits. Virginia and Mississippi are the only two states in the nation that don't allow class actions in their state courts, and we need to reverse that. I'll give you a couple of examples. We see landlords that are doing terrible things to a lot of people. You could sue them one at a time, but they would just keep right on doing what they're doing. So you really need to hit them with a class action lawsuit if they're doing it to lots of people. Predatory lenders is another example. We used to, folks that are violating our Fairness in Lending Act. They're not deterred from doing that with one lawsuit, but if you can bring a class action, and we've successfully participated in some very big class actions against internet payday lenders, but those are in federal court, and if you only have a state claim, you can't do this in Virginia. So that's why we're supporting that. So I think I'm just about out of time. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I don't see any in chat, and so we appreciate you being here. It's quite a list you have there. And if you have anything you want to send us, we'll be happy to put it in the drive to distribute to all the attendees.
Okay.
Thank you. Great to see you again. Our next, our next speaker is Rob Pugnglass, and he is with, I'm sorry, my computer's acting up. Rob is the Executive Director of Justice Forward Virginia, and I will try to find out why this is not replacing the pin, but Rob, take it away.
Thanks, Joan. It's a pleasure to be here. Justice Forward Virginia is the only statewide organization solely focused on reforming Virginia's criminal legal system. We advocate for smart, contemporary, evidence-based reforms in that system. So we occupy a relatively unique lane in the broader criminal justice reform movement in Virginia, in that we were founded by a group of public defenders who are in the courtrooms every day. 4 of our board members are founding board members of Justice Forward. We're a relatively new organization. We started in 2017, but we're very influential in the 2020 and 2021 years when, for the first time in Virginia, we really had measurable progress in our criminal legal system. The last 2 years were not so great. Everything basically ground to a halt, courtesy of Rob Bell. But he is gone. He was the single greatest impediment to criminal justice reform in Virginia. And so we are looking forward to moving forward once again with the new majorities in the General Assembly. And we'll be working closely with our partner organizations, ACLU of Virginia, Legal Aid Justice Center, Rise for Youth, and others. So I wanted to touch on a few of our priorities for this session, although I see a question. Start with the question.
Oh, okay. You could get to the
where do we get our funding? We are fortunate to have funding from a national organization, Arnold Ventures, which has supported criminal justice reform organizations around the country for at least the last decade. But we're always looking for new funding if you're interested. So we tend to focus on the sort of front end of the system. Policing is a big one. So several of our priorities have to do with policing. Some of you may remember at the end of last session, there was a push from a company called Flock Safety to install automated license plate readers on every highway in Virginia. These things take pictures and share those pictures of your cars with other law enforcement countries from around the country. This angered people on both sides of the political spectrum, I think, pretty equally. So we were one of the organizations that pushed back hard against that and killed the bill at the last minute. That company has come back they will have more legislation this year to try and make law enforcement agencies around Virginia their customers. And so we want to regulate the use of technology that law enforcement have. Typically, law enforcement get the technology first and come to the General Assembly when they run up against some limit. We would like to reverse that process and set the limits first, and then let the law enforcement agencies work within those parameters. So another one is ending the drug war. although we have to sort of work within the legislature that we have and the governor that we have. So in previous years, we have attempted to push to end substance use as a felony in Virginia. This year, instead of pushing for that, we will push for a study bill, which we hope will only require a simple majority, as it did in 2020 and 2021. And that study bill will aim to treat substance use as a public health issue rather than a criminal legal issue, because it really is an issue that belongs in the public health system, not in the criminal legal system, where users and recreational users are face real prison time simply for having substances. Another policing issue is the assault on law enforcement statute. So we're working closely with disability rights groups like the Virginia Autism Project and with mental health groups like Mental Health America of Virginia to really reduce the punitive nature of the crime of assault on law enforcement, which disproportionately impacts people with mental health issues, people experiencing mental health crises, and also people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities like autism spectrum disorder. Law enforcement can charge these folks with felonies, lock them up, and they're facing a felony with 6 months mandatory minimum jail time simply for touching an officer against the officer's will. We don't think that's anywhere close to fair, and they shouldn't be able to charge the felony. Another issue that is sort of flies under the radar, I think, for most people, is that prosecutors working with police departments insert certain items into plea agreements. And because 90% of all convictions in Virginia are achieved via plea agreement, hardly anyone goes to trial in Virginia. Those plea agreements are used all over the Commonwealth every day in our courts. And one measure they insert is having people waive their Fourth Amendment rights while they're on probation, which means officers in certain over-policed communities can simply stop and frisk whoever they want, arrest those people, and then look later to see if they had already waived their rights, and then keep them in jail and prosecute them accordingly. We did a Freedom of Information Act request in Richmond and found that 96% of the people who sign these agreements are people of color. Actually, I meant to say, going behind Jay, I've known and respected Jay Spear for many years. If you spend any time in the courthouses of Virginia or really any other state, you see that courts largely are simply ways of punishing people in poverty and punishing people of color. If you spend time in landlord eviction court, if you spend time in small claims court, you spend time in our criminal courthouses, you will see that over and over and over again, people in poverty coming before a judge and being punished simply for being poor. That's what our criminal courts do. That's what our civil courts do. People with money, if they end up in court, somebody made a mistake or somebody has a disagreement. But so often, so many of the cases are simply people in poverty being punished for being poor. So one more priority I'll mention, which is in Virginia, we have really an abysmal system of compensating people who take court-appointed cases. So we have public defender offices. We have wonderful public defender offices, 28 of them throughout the Commonwealth, but they don't cover the entire state. And in places where we don't have public defender offices particularly, but also in places where we do have public defender offices, they can't take every single case because they conflict out. So we need court-appointed private attorneys to take the rest of those cases. And right now, court-appointed private attorneys are paid $120 per case for a misdemeanor charge that they handle. For felonies, it's $445. Gideon versus Wainwright is the case from 1963, the U.S. Supreme Court case that says that everyone who is charged with a crime and facing jail time is entitled to counsel for their defense. But we have to remember that system started out as a sort of charity. where attorneys were volunteering to represent people in criminal cases and they could kind of pick and choose. The Supreme Court said now it's a mandate, but we've never quite gotten to a place where we respect this is a constitutional right that folks have, and we ought to pay the people who represent them accordingly. And so in Virginia, we're still slogging through paying people $120 a case. And then we wonder why people end up in jail a lot. Well, that's a big reason, is that their counsel are not fairly and appropriately compensated. So we will be supporting our friends at the Virginia Indigent Defense Commission, who will be pushing that bill. I see there's a couple more questions. Yeah, Gideon's trumpet, absolutely. Do you know if local law enforcement agencies begin using license plate surveillance technology in school zones to open the door for wider use? Alleged concerns for safety measures for our public school students and staff. Yeah, you know, I'm not able to track the way every law enforcement agency. So I know that the bill last session, the 2023 session, was to expand license plate readers for use by the Virginia State Police, but localities have been using license plate readers for many, many years, which is why sort of both sides, both the company Flock Safety that makes the license plate readers and those of us in the advocacy side, you know, aiming to protect people's rights, both of us want something passed. Because they want to be able to expand to the highways, and we want to be able to regulate the localities in particular who've already been using these things for many years. And so there are localities like Fairfax, Virginia Beach, pretty much anywhere in Hampton Roads where localities have and are using these things all over the place. We're particularly concerned, as Vicki mentioned, not just schools, but also public housing. So installing these license plate readers in communities that are already over policed, and using that as a way to further target traditionally marginalized folks that already end up in the criminal legal system disproportionately. So if I can just have one moment, I know my time's about up, but I wanted to mention a couple of events that we have coming up. One is our lobby day on January 11th. So we'll be partnering once again with the Virginia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers to meet with legislators. We're already scheduling those appointments and look forward. That's our highlight of the year. It's so wonderful to see everyone who shows up on that lobby day. And then a week before that, on January 4th, whether you can make the lobby day or not, at 6:30 on our Facebook page, we'll have a Facebook Live event. We call it our prep rally. And that's where we really go into detail about our priorities, kind of explain what it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and get people pumped up for the lobby day. Thank you all.
Excuse me, do you have a link for that? For either one?
Kelly should have sent that. I think it will be on the Google Drive.
Okay.
So the link to register for our lobby day is on our website, justiceforwardva.com. But it's in the materials that was shared.
Okay, good. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Joan.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Janine Greenwood and Denise Murden. They are Vice Presidents for Public Policy at the American Association of University Women. Welcome. Janine?
Afternoon. I'm Janine Greenwood, and I'm here with my colleague Denise Murden. We are both the Vice Presidents of Public Policy of AAUW of Virginia, and we are honored to be part of this wonderful event with such an impressive list of public officials and advocates. AAUW has 1,000 members in Virginia, with branches across the Commonwealth. The full list of those is on the document that we have accompanying the meeting. We have been around AAUW nationally for over 140 years. We were started 140 years ago to get women into higher education. And with all the wonderful progress that has been made in that area, we've expanded our issues and our reach. As the League, we are nonpartisan, but we are certainly not non-political. We are dealing with a number of different issues in this upcoming legislative session. In a particular area of equality and individual rights and social justice, we are strongly advocating for autonomy in the area of reproductive rights decisions, including the right of individuals to make decisions on abortion care. We support the constitutional amendment that would protect reproductive rights in the larger, for future years. We also support maternal health initiatives, including implicit bias training of healthcare professionals, because I think we've seen that a number of groups of women have suffered from lack of understanding care, lack of availability of care. So we think that's very, very important. So we support initiatives for mental health, for maternal health care equity. We also support marriage rights and the constitutional amendment for same-sex marriage. Voting rights, obviously, is something very near and dear to the hearts of the League. And we support a Virginia constitutional amendment that would ensure automatic restoration of rights for convicted felons who have completed their sentences. We also support public meeting access. I know that it's a little controversial in this meeting today, but we feel particularly for women, access to meetings is sometimes a problem. So that's why it's part of our agenda. On the economic security front, we advocate for legislation that supports the ability of women to fully function in the workplace. That includes paid family and medical leave that is available in a number of states. Our national organization continues to fight for this on the national level. But until we can get that through Congress in Washington, we would love to see that in Virginia here. As I said, there are a number of other states that already have that, and we really shouldn't be behind the curve on it. We also support paid sick days. We feel paid sick days make a big difference for not just individuals, but parents to fully participate in the workplace and deal with their needs of their children and their families. We work with now on workplace equity issues, including a salary history ban covering all employers. Right now, it only covers the Commonwealth itself. And we support legislative initiatives from other organizations that champion workplace equity. On the childcare front, I think that's been discussed a lot today. Childcare is a really critical need here in Virginia and elsewhere. So we support the agenda of the Virginia Promise Partnership, and we'll continue to work on that. On minimum wage, we support an increase in the minimum wage. There are more women that are working in minimum wage jobs than men. So an increase of the minimum wage would particularly be beneficial to women. On the education front, we are very concerned about initiatives for vouchers and other initiatives that would divert funding from K-12 education and leave the neediest students in the public system with insufficient money to keep their education at the level that it should be. We are dealing with the Fund Our Schools agenda, and we work very closely with them, and they have a number of other initiatives in their agenda that we also support. On the post-secondary education front, the funding of the various public post-secondary education institutions in Virginia has recently been in the news and is being looked into by legislative committees. We hope to be able to support initiatives to make sure that all public education institutions receive equitable funding to support students at their various levels of need. And finally, in gender equity in education, we continue to advocate for the rights of girls and women to equity in STEM programs, in sports, and in other areas covered by the federal Title IX. But this also, we find, needs protection here in the Commonwealth. Our own lobby day is going to be on January 31st down in Richmond. That's preceded by a reception the evening before, to which we invite women lawmakers. And now that there's been a large increase of the women lawmakers in Richmond this year, we're looking forward to seeing more of them there. We also welcome new members, and the link is on the document in our that has been shared with the League and that is in the shared drive. There's a very brief summary of our legislative agenda and our branches across the Commonwealth. Our branches meet both locally, and then we have events and other things on the state level. Are there any questions, Joan?
I don't see any, do you?
No, I don't see any.
You answered all the questions before they were asked. What can you do? That's great. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you both for being here, and we appreciate it. And we'll be seeing you, I'm sure, in Richmond quite a bit in this few months coming up. Thank you so much. You take care. Our next speaker is Kim Bobo, and Kim is the Executive Director of Virginia Interfaith Son Touch My Screen. Okay, you have powers. You have powers. Take it away, Kim.
All right. Thank you, Joan, and thank you to the League for all your partnership. We did so much work together in terms of nonpartisan civic engagement work. So really appreciated that partnership. So thank you. Our work is mostly in 4 big buckets this year. First is around health equity. We are leading an effort right now to get a requirement that healthcare professionals that deal with pregnant women have to have unconscious bias training. We've got bipartisan support for it. So we think we have a decent shot at that one this year. We're also working on a budget amendment around community health workers. These are these sort of frontline health workers that a lot of local health departments hired with federal funds during the pandemic. And now a lot of them are going to lose their job. And yet this is a demonstrated way to reach populations that are hard to reach in terms of healthcare. So it's a really important and good use of money. And then, like several other folks on the line have suggested, we're going to be supporting the healthcare coverage for undocumented children. Cover All Kids, Kathy Trant's bill. Again, this is just a no-brainer for us. So that's our health equity package. On criminal justice reform, we're providing leadership for the two main issues. One is on no-cost communication. We're part of a coalition, but playing a leadership role in that on trying to make sure that people who are incarcerated in Virginia's prisons are able to communicate with their loved ones without their loved ones going into debt, which is what happens right now. Now, I've gotten a lot of emails from people about, well, why not jails too? And we're for that. It's just a much more complicated fight. There will be a bill, but I think we've got to win the fight first on the prisons, and then we can extend it to the jails. But again, that's a more complicated fight. The other thing, we have a Republican patron, Delegate Webert, who's going to carry a bill for us on reducing the use of attack canines in our prisons. Again, almost nobody in the country uses this, and yet we've got dog bites of incarcerated people, a frequent happening in Virginia. So we're hoping to change that. Along with that, we'll of course support the new oversight bill. I think that will breeze through because it's got broad bipartisan support, and the new head of corrections isn't going to oppose it. So I think that's going to go through. Senator Marsden's bill. We'll support the second look bill, trying to let people who've been incarcerated for a long time have a second look at how long they've been sentenced for, and then of course the automatic restoration of rights. So that's our criminal reform package. On affordable housing, the two, we're supporting Virginia Housing Alliance and their request for money for the trust fund. We'll support all the key things that the Virginia Poverty Law Center and Housing Opportunities do around rental protections. But the bill we're going to lead on is a bill called Yes in God's Backyard. And it basically would make it easier for religious institutions to use their land or their buildings to create affordable housing. A bill like this passed in California, and we're going to run a bill on it this year. Again, probably can't win it in year one, but really want to get out there and see what the concerns are on this, because long term, we think this is a really important way to increase the supply of affordable housing. And then our last bucket is kind of a big bucket around supporting working families. So again, we will be helping lead the work on paid sick days. We have a statewide poll running on that this week. We will release that next week. We know what the poll is going to say. It's going to say people need paid sick days. They want it overwhelmingly. We just got to get the General Assembly to agree to that and pass a bill that would get us on the path on this. We've also put in a bill around increasing the penalties for child labor violations. The penalties haven't been increased for 30 years. You can kill a child in the workplace, and the highest penalty is $10,000 in Virginia. There's an explosion of child labor violations around the country and here in Virginia. And so this is, there's a lot of things we could do in this space, but this felt like the easiest and safest without sort of unintended consequences. So we're going to move forward with that. We will, of course, be supporting reenactment of the minimum wage, increases in childcare subsidies. There's a modest set of reforms around wage theft on the bill that we worked on a number of years ago. We'll support that. And again, we'll try again on trying to remove the farm worker exemption on the minimum wage, although I doubt we can get the votes on that one. And then a little outside our buckets, my board really wants us to support a ban on assault weapons. And so we will be doing that as well. So that's our agenda. Our lobby day is January 17th. We will be at St. Paul's this year. It's one of the largest lobby days that groups have. We have 300 to 400 people. It's pretty wild. And then a couple weeks later, we will also have on top of that a student day of action. Last year we drew about 150 students, so we hope to do that or better this year. So all of our information, fact sheets on all these issues are on our website at Virginia Interfaith Center, and happy to take questions.
Yes, we have a couple.
Yeah.
What specifically would make it easier to use church land to build affordable housing? What are the roadblocks now?
Primarily permitting and zoning. A lot of zoning problems because, congregations are in the middle of residential neighborhoods, right? And so you have, there is a number of congregations that have tried to do affordable housing and frankly gave up because they couldn't get past the zoning stuff. In addition to that, in Northern Virginia right now, there's a number of congregations that have gotten through, but it's taken them an extra 2 to 3 years in order to get through all the hoops that happen. So again, what the California bill does, and so what our bill would do, would say that congregations don't have to go through all that, but it does have a limit that they can only build 1 story higher than existing zoning in the area. So again, so you're not going to build some giant high rise in the middle of a, single family home neighborhood, trying to deal with that concern that people have.
Okay, and the second question is, who are patrons for In God's Backyard?
We have Betsy Carr and Senator Hashmi.
Okay, thank you. That's it. No more questions. Thank you.
Good questions.
Oh, wait, one more question. Does housing on church land become sanctuary? I know some churches house undocumented immigrants for that reason.
We actually haven't considered that. I mean, we have supported congregations as sanctuary. I think that is, I'm not saying that couldn't happen. That's not the intent of this bill. The intent really is to create a broader supply of affordable housing. And again, congregations argue that this is part of our mission, right? Our mission is to feed the hungry and house the homeless, and that's our mission. And thus, you can't tell us that we can't do our mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Kim. I appreciate it. And we are going to take another short break. This is our last break of the day, and we will be back at 2:10 for the last few speakers. So thank you all. And thanks, Tim. Nice to see you. Bye-bye. Okay, is Tim, are you here from Sierra Club? Are you incognito? I think today the moon is in the wrong position because some of life is interfering with some of our speakers, but that happens. I'm going to call on my buddy, Lisa Sales, who I had to kind of move along there because people were getting hungry, but Lisa is graciously agreed to continue her presentation. So, Lisa, I appreciate it. I'll keep my eye out for Tim, and you have the floor again. And thank you, buddy.
Oh, well, sure. Thank you. Always happy to talk about gender equality in any way, shape, or form. If you could quickly give me a share screen permission, I'll just kind of wrap up. We were at the end. So thank you for the opportunity again. And it's just a pleasure for us to be partners with you on everything that we do. So, okay, share. Oh, I don't have screen images.
You don't?
I don't. Try again.
Well, let's try again. Could be my finger failure here is not working. Here we go. Yeah, it's me. You should be good now.
No worries. Thank you. All right, folks. Coming up. All right, so we did all this and happy to have a discussion or take questions. I think we ended right about here, which this is an action for all of you to hold up your phone cameras to this QR code, and it will send you to signforera.org, which you can, of course, do on your own. But if you do it through the scanner, or I can also put the link in the chat shortly, it gives Virginia the credit for all the signatures. And what's unique about this is we are fast approaching 100,000 signatures. We would like to approach well over 1 million signatures across the nation. So yes, you can share it. I can send Joan an email. She can send it all out to you, and you can copy and paste and send it to all of your friends and your Christmas cards, in your emails across the country. So we can amass more signatures, because we want to be a force to be reckoned with. And one of the ways that we can do that is to amass all these signatures, and we get this wonderful data back. And that data will tell us who has signed in what congressional district and in what specific state. So we can go back to all the naysayers in congressional districts and say, you're not voting with your constituents. You're not voting in line with the will of the people. And so that's why this is so important. We will not use your data for any other reason. So, and if folks are challenged, just raise your hand, or put it in the chat. I will definitely put the Virginia Now link in the chat, which gives the credit to the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I'll leave that up there for a second. Does anybody have any questions? Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. I'll look at the chat shortly too. I realized when I was in this full screen mode before that I couldn't see the chat. So I'm sorry if I didn't answer questions or see items.
No, good. Carolyn is saying, put it in chat.
Okay, I will definitely put that in chat as well. For those that are uncomfortable or having trouble with technology, that's absolutely fine. There's more ways to do this. I also wanted to alert you all, and there's the RSVP code bit.ly, bit period or .ly / or rather / ERA 100 years. That's for our upcoming rally next Wednesday in DC. It's been 100 years, and we're saying not one more year to wait for gender equality. So that's what that's about. Why December 13th? It's really a historic milestone for the ERA. Was on that date 100 years ago, the Equal Rights Amendment was introduced into the House of Representatives. And this year, ERA Coalition and partner organizations such as NOW and League of Women Voters will lead a march and rally for the ERA on December 13th. This theme, it's been 100 years, not one more. ERA Now will kick off at the White House. And it will direct where we want to direct the archivist to publish. It includes stops at the Department of Justice because we want them to still lift that old lingering Trump memo that is still there that prevented Virginia's ratification from being recognized. And so as Virginians, we have some defending to do for our 38 state status. We'll also be at the National Archives where we're going to insist on publication of our 28th Amendment in the US Constitution, and then end up at the Capitol to celebrate, not to celebrate because we don't have anything to celebrate, but to really recognize the ERA and talk more about lifting that time limit and affirming. I guess probably important to share that we have a little bit of a language conundrum here. We no longer say ratify, the amendment is fully ratified. We no longer say pass. We passed it when Congress sent it to the states. Congress passed the amendment, the states ratified the amendment. So now it's about publishing, affirming, validating, or recognizing the ERA. And so we know all of these bodies, Department of Justice, the White House, the National Archives, the US Congress, all have a role to play to recognize our gender equality. We're only one of 6 or 7 countries, industrialized countries in the world without an Equal Rights Amendment clause in our Constitution. To keeping me honest, this is the agenda for the 13th. So I'll let you take a look at that. We're going to do a group photo. I didn't mention that previously. And then the actions as mentioned, instructing the executive branch to affirm the ERA and take steps to get it published. Remove this Trump administration memo. What the Biden administration did was when he came into the office with pressure from all of us, he just issued his own, but never took away this old memo. National Archives is about publishing, and then all of those things at the Capitol. So is there anything else? Any questions?
I think we're good, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate your help. Always good to see you.
Anytime.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'll put it in the chat, I promise.
Okay, thanks. Our next speaker is Mike Fox, and Mike is the he's the legislative lead at Moms Demand. So Mike, you have the floor. Thanks for coming.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, Joan. As Joan said, I'm Mike Fox. I'm the state legislative lead, volunteer with Moms Demand Action in Virginia. I want to thank the League of Women Voters for holding this outstanding forum with all these great speakers and for inviting me to come on today and talk about gun violence prevention and gun safety. After years of deadlock, we're hopeful with our new majorities in the General Assembly, we can finally make some traction on gun safety, both with legislation and with the budget, being a budget year for 2024. A slew of reforms were enacted in 2020 and 21, but more can be done to prevent violent crime, to disarm criminals and to keep guns away from kids. Although we in our parent organization, Every Town for Gun Safety, will have to see what bills are filed and have to review them to see if they're bills that we can support. And we're still sort of hammering out what bills and what policies we're going to focus on the most in the next session. These are a handful of policies that we're keeping an eye on heading into the new year. First and foremost is what's called enhanced background checks, also called permit to purchase. This is something that Delegate Hope in particular has been pushing through presentations. This would require Virginians to apply for a permit with training and an education component and background checks conducted by law enforcement before they're able to buy firearms. Today, all you need to do is pass an instant background check and then you get your weapon. This would ensure that gun owners are educated on the responsible practices for handling and using firearms, storing them securely at home. I'll get more into that in a little bit, as well as carrying guns in public. Requiring permits to purchase handguns in particular will help keep guns out the hands of people with dangerous histories and will help reduce violent crime throughout the state. We've even seen states that have repealed these permitting laws, not just for carrying, but buying, and violent crime and gun crime has gone up as a result. Next up, we're looking at secure storage and what's called child access prevention. Research shows secure storage practices play a vital role in reducing the risk of gun violence. Storing guns securely protects children and adults by preventing unintentional shootings, gun suicides, and gun thefts, particularly from vehicles. One study found that households that locked both firearms and ammunition were associated with a 78% lower risk of self-inflicted firearm injuries and an 85% lower risk of unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens compared to those that locked neither. We'll keep an eye out for bills that expand our child access prevention law to include all juveniles, to require guns in vehicles to be locked, which is not the law today, to heighten penalties for gun owners who make guns accessible to kids, and enact standards for secure storage. With gun violence being the leading cause of death of children in this country, this is absolutely imperative that we do something to keep both our kids and our school community safe in particular. Another policy we're looking at is what's called ghost guns. If you're not familiar with this term, a ghost gun is a do-it-yourself homemade gun made from easy-to-get building blocks that you could buy without a background check and no questions asked. Think of it as kind of like guns you would get from IKEA. They're made by an individual, a person, not a licensed manufacturer or an importer. We're not talking about hobbyists or gunsmiths who follow the law by using traceable components and undergoing background checks. Ghost guns are predictably emerging as a weapon of choice for violent criminals, gun traffickers, dangerous extremists, and other people who are legally prohibited from buying firearms. If a bill is enacted, anyone with the ghost gun is able to go and get the bill or get the gun traced to be engraved with a serial number, and then a background check would be conducted before the gunsmith or the gun dealer would return it to the owner. This was a bill that we were sorry to see fail in 2021 when Democrats had control of the General Assembly, but we are hopeful to get more traction this time. The next bill that we're looking at is assault weapons. HB2 and SB2 have already been filed by Delegate Homer and Senator Deeds to address this issue. These weapons are exceptionally deadly firearms that are commonplace in mass fatality shootings. They're generally capable of firing far more bullets, far faster than manual action hunting rifles. Prohibiting assault weapons or curbing access to them can prevent mass shootings, mass shooting injuries, and deaths. Assault weapons and high-capacity magazines are frequently used in the violence that plagues the country. From 2015 to 2022, mass shootings with 4 or more people killed where an assault weapon was used resulted in nearly 6 times as many people shot, more than twice as many people killed, and many more people wounded on average compared to those that did not involve the use of one. The bills that have been filed already are similar to ones that we supported earlier this year. They would grandfather in any weapons that were manufactured before what would be the enactment date in July, as well as high-capacity magazines, but would prohibit possession of any newer weapons and also prohibit ownership of anyone under 21 years old. Lastly, we're looking for funding for community-led solutions. Not all of our solutions to prevent gun violence are law enforcement based or criminal justice based. A lot of it is done through community-led solutions such as mediators, violence interventionists, and other programs on the ground to address the root causes of gun violence and to break cycles of violence, what's called community gun violence. In a budget year, we're hoping for more funding for these kinds of solutions. Violence intervention programs provide evidence and community-informed comprehensive support to individuals who are at greater risk of gunshot victimization. And these programs are shown to reduce gunshot woundings and deaths in neighborhoods most impacted by gun violence. A couple of years ago, we were happy to see then Senator McClellan and Delegate Price introduce bills that would actually create essentially a state office of gun violence prevention, which we've seen in states like Colorado and Pennsylvania, and even in cities creating their own, like New Orleans. The goal with this would be so that addressing gun violence isn't solely a law enforcement solution, isn't solely a criminal justice solution, but one that can serve as a hub for treating gun violence as a public health problem, which it is, since the majority of gun deaths are actually suicides, and also make it a more holistic approach. We're not sure if bills like that will be introduced again, but if they are, there's certainly ones that we would be interested in. We're also looking at bills to be reintroduced that may have passed, that may have been introduced and even passed the Senate in the previous years to be introduced again, perhaps. For example, ones to protect victims of domestic abuse and domestic violence, keep guns out of more sensitive places like college campuses, and to prevent suicides. There's a lot of intersectionality with gun violence, so I would urge all of the volunteers and advocates on the call today to keep your eyes open for gun safety bills that speak to your causes. You can find more information about us on our website. If I can drop in the chat here. There you go. And we also have a handy app called the Demand Action app that you can use for to find events, to get information and news, and it's a really handy resource for our advocacy. So thank you so much for having me on. Joan, is there anything else that you'd like me to discuss?
You have certainly quite the agenda there. Anu, do we have any questions?
No, I don't see any.
See, you answered all our questions.
Wait. Someone came with a question. What is the difference between micro stamping bullets and tracking bullet shells?
Sure. Micro stamping is a technology where when a bullet is fired, it will have an imprint on it as part of the way the gun is designed, so that when that bullet is found, it's like a fingerprint. And you can match it up with the gun that it came from, which is a little different than bullet shells, where you would have to do more. I think you'd have to do like a live round, like practice to make sure does this match up or something, rather than, I don't know if it's exactly a serial number or something like that, but it would be much easier to trace weapons. Delegate Fillard-Corn had a bill earlier this year that would have required micro stamping with our weapons, and it failed in the House committee. But that's certainly something that we would be interested in also, if it's introduced again.
I don't see any other questions. Sorry.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Anu. And we'll be seeing you, I'm sure, in Richmond as well. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is someone I've come to know in the last 4 months. And I believe that under the picture in the dictionary of dynamo, there is a picture of Sheba. So Sheba, are you with us? There you are.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Sheba Williams is the executive director of No Left Turns. Sheba, you are on.
Thank you all for having me. I will not be long because our work will absolutely, how do I say this, encompass everybody's work. We are going for our constitutional amendment for restoration of voting rights. That is probably one of the first bills filed this year. Senator Mamie Locke again, and Delegate Bennett Parker in the House will carry the bills. SJ1 as a resolution that absolutely should get passed this year because the governor has no power to intervene or veto a constitutional amendment. So that is our biggest thing that we'll be fighting for. We will also be fighting for some pretrial bills that eliminate fines and fees for youth. We will be fighting for our second look bill, which is being put forth for year 3, which addresses extreme sentencing in Department of Corrections. And I just want to address that because a lot of people have confusion about what second look really means. About 85% of our prisons are filled with individuals who have violent convictions. We know that like the failed war on drugs and the tough on crime era of the 90s led to ridiculous sentencing where a lot of people did not know that parole had been abolished in Virginia in 1995. While we have largely been unsuccessful in reinstating parole for individuals who are between the ages of 25 and 64, we do have discretionary parole for individuals who've been incarcerated before 1995, which means that they've done at least 40 some years. We have youthful offender parole, which addresses individuals who are under the age of 21 when they were incarcerated. And then we have geriatric parole, which addresses individuals who are over the age of 65. There is also conditional pardons for medical conditions and different things like that. But largely, there is no relief for individuals who are between those ages of 25 and 64 who have made strides to do good things, do complete programming, work inside of Department of Corrections for menial wages, who have created programming to keep Virginia's prisons safe. We know that there's been a large focus around staffing shortages, and there's been a lot of overdoses inside of Department of Corrections. So our goals have always been to shrink the prison population. We know that 95% of individuals who are inside of Department of Corrections come home at some point, and we are just trying to weed out the individuals who are doing great things inside of facilities who can be of benefit to the state and to their families and communities outside. They have to meet standards of behavioral, not having any infractions, having completed certain programming, having kept jobs and not gotten in trouble, and basically been a model individual while they're inside of Department of Corrections. So we will be fighting for second look. This year was tough. The VACA, Virginia Association of Commonwealth Attorneys and Victim Support Services brought in a lot of victims, and they told a lot of falsehoods when we testified on the House side this year. They brought individuals from Maryland, DC, North Carolina who would absolutely not qualify for second look. And a lot of the individuals who testified would not qualify anyway. So we're really trying to get at the fact that we spend about $30,000 a year per individual to incarcerate, and we only spend about $13,330 to educate an individual. We have done a lot of work around this. We've done a lot of data production. We have individuals who have been released. Our organization actually started as a direct service organization, and we still provide direct services. So we have maintained a 0% recidivism rate for the first 6 years. When we started doing pretrial support where individuals haven't actually been convicted yet, we went up to about 2%, but most people stay home. The data around individuals who have been convicted of violent offenses recidivate less than other individuals, maintain housing and employment for longer periods of time. So we are fighting to make sure that some of these people can come home and we can stop wasting our tax dollars on incarcerating away societal problems like behavioral health and substance use disorder and poverty. We will also be looking at housing bills to make sure that there's fairness in tracking individuals who can rent from individuals who have criminal records. We started working on that with the last Attorney General, not this current administration, but Mike Herring's office. We put together a model tenant policy for individuals who have past convictions, and we've seen President Biden and his administration kind of uplift that recently in the past few weeks. So we're hoping that Virginia can do better at making sure that we address our housing crisis, especially for individuals who have past convictions. We will also be looking at our barrier crimes laws. Senator Edwards has been fighting to reduce some of the barrier crimes in Virginia's code for years, and it has largely been unsuccessful. It has gone to study a couple of times, and we are trying to make sure that individuals who are impacted by certain crimes can also teach and prevent others from going into these systems. So we have a big thing with peer recovery support specialists, but if you all don't know my backstory, I am a licensed barber by trade. Yes, I have many jobs. And I lost my barber's license for about 16 months because Virginia does a thing called an informal fact-finding hearing, where they place you in a room with 2 attorneys and a court reporter, and they say it's informal, but we're only going to talk about your record and not where you go. So that will be some of our focuses for session this year. We will continue to do voter registration and restoration of rights. If you all don't know, we have a pending lawsuit against the Secretary of the Commonwealth and the governor for changing the restoration of rights process that impacts individuals who are losing their rights because of felony disenfranchisement. We do this year round. We work with individuals who are leaving long-term incarceration to make sure that once they get to the point of eligibility, they can put in their applications. But this administration changed the process sometime in 2022, and they started putting a question about whether or not an individual has been impacted by a violent conviction or if they owe fines, fees, and restitution. And also they have to upload proof of their payment plan or final payment if they do have fines, fees, and restitution, which creates a barrier to people getting their rights back. So we do have this lawsuit pending. We were kicked off as an organizational complainant, but we do have a individual who still is alive. So that doesn't go back to court until March. So probably right when session is ending. Hopefully our lawsuit will become moot when we get this constitutional amendment passed first time, but it does take about 3 years. We will not see the final result of the constitutional amendment until about 2026. It has to pass through 2 sessions. Then it has to go on the ballot as a referendum so that the general public can vote for this constitutional amendment. It is a very long process, and also litigation can be just as long. So we're working both ends of that to make sure that all of the things that we care about really come from a democratic place. And when I say that, I'm talking about the power should lie in the hands of the people. So what we need for education, for healthcare, for LGBTQA plus rights, for voting rights, whatever it is that we care about should be left to the power of the people. And our organization will continue to fight to make sure that everybody gets this. There is a question about voter registration in jails. About 85% of individuals who are incarcerated in our local jails have not been convicted of a crime, and most are still eligible to vote. There are some localities that allow voting in jails by absentee ballot. Chicago Votes, which is one of our partners nationally, was able to get a precinct inside of Cook County Jail, which is their largest jail in Chicago, and they had the highest voter turnout in their last few elections. We don't have any precincts inside of jail facilities, but Henrico County Sheriff was probably one of the first groups that we knew that were doing voter registration in jail and allowing absentee ballot. Richmond City has recently allowed it, and it really depends on the sheriff. So we need individuals to reach out to their sheriffs to ask about their policies around allowing voting in jails, because 85% of those people are still eligible to vote. We can provide materials on like why it's effective and how to still be secure in the wake of all of the things that we're dealing with election deniers and things like that. But it is absolutely legal to allow individuals in jails to vote. And for Denise's question about what barrier crimes are a list of crimes that Virginia has that disallows people from working in certain sectors. Like, for instance, we have peer support specialists who are individuals who have drug convictions, but they can't work as like drug counselors once they get clean, get licensed. They're trying to get certified to help others who are going down the same paths. But Virginia has all of these rules around who can't work in certain sectors. A lot of it is determined by Medicaid law, healthcare, but it should be relevant to the crime. So we as a state, the Crime Commission and other entities have done studies to look at what can come off of the barrier crimes list, but we really haven't had any success yet, and hopefully that will happen. So I don't need to take up a whole lot more time. All things criminal justice related is what we will fight for. I'm in a ton of coalitions. Our members are in a ton of coalitions. all of our board members and all of our staff are directly impacted by mass incarceration. So if it is housing, if it is education, if it is the Pell Grant going back into prisons, which we work for, if it is making sure that individuals who have certain drug convictions get SNAP for their families, we have worked towards that. And how could I forget my favorite? We will continue to fight for the expansion of our record sealing law, and Scott Servell will be putting the bill. It's a cleanup bill, so I don't think we have to do a whole lot. But we will continue to fight for the expansion of our record sealing law that takes effect in 2025. So I will drop our information in there. We will be doing a Second Look advocacy training on December 14th. That is virtual. Anybody can participate, and I'll drop the link for that. And we'll be doing in-person training on January 13th at the Richmond Public Library's main branch from 12 to 4. And then our lobby day will be January 16th. I am deeming the week of the 16th as Justice Week because a lot of our partners will also be having lobby days that week. Justice Forward kind of came out of the box and they're doing January 11th, but it's okay. We will go over the weekend with our training. New Virginia Majority will be doing November 15th. Virginia State Conference, NAACP, will also be doing January 16th alongside us. Rise for Youth will be doing January 15th. Virginia Interfaith, IAHR, Solitary No More will be doing January 17th, and 40 Strong will also be doing January 17th. So you all will see me and our teams at the General Assembly that entire week of well, y'all will see me all the time, but we're specifically focused on like our justice initiatives the week of MLK Day. And I'll drop our flyer and links to sign up, and anything I can do. I will also drop my information for everybody because our efforts absolutely have to be coordinated, and we have to work together to make sure that we get these things passed. Even if you all think it is not correlated, we all intersect somewhere.
That's right. Thank you, Shiva. We appreciate it. Yes. Any other material you want to send, just send it to me and I'll make sure it gets in the drive.
Okay, perfect.
And thank you. Our final speaker today is Tim Sawinski. He is the communications manager of the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club. Hey there, Tim.
Hello, everybody. I was actually scheduled to speak earlier, but I was in a room locked with legislators and policy wonks. And I say this is nobody talks more than those two groups at the same time. So I apologize for my truancy. But thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to engage with the League. I'm a huge fan of the work that you do. I won't get too sentimental. I don't feel like crying today. But just know that I appreciate the work that you do that makes democracy work. Sorry if you can hear a siren outside. That's because this meeting is fire. That's why. It's going away now. All right, so Sierra Club Virginia chapter. We are one of the most influential environmental climate justice groups in Virginia, and we want to continue that record. You know, the last election, I think there was a lot of issues that kind of made the political calculus switch in a way that opens up a lot of opportunity. It opens up a lot of opportunity not just for the environment, but for climate, but for other justice-oriented issues. And we really think of our work as having a heavy deal of overlap with making society just a better place for everyone, no matter what they look like or how much money they make or where they call home. That's where we're focused on. The climate movement is often thought of like saving wildlife or protecting natural treasures. And sure, there's a little bit of that, but we really pride ourselves on making it about people and people's lives and livelihoods. And the inescapable conclusion is that projects that are destroying our planet are also destroying communities right now. And that those communities are not are suffering generally a disproportionate amount of pollution than white affluent communities. In Virginia, particularly, air toxins affect Black and brown communities at an outsized impact. It affects they're almost always located in poorer areas and communities of color. And we have to also acknowledge that's by design. It's on purpose. And so when we talk about the clean energy movement, the just transition away off of fossil fuels, we're talking about building a system that works for everybody, that doesn't exclude people later on. Because if we build something that's just a reflection of what we have now, but we save the planet, then that's not worth it, especially not to me. We got to make sure that everyone's life is valuable. And the only way we can do that is and one of the ways that we can do that is stopping pollution altogether. So what does that look like for this session? I don't know. Just kidding. There's a lot of different engines that we go. The last 2 years, we've really been focused on protecting our flagship environmental and climate, environmental justice laws. The Virginia Clean Economy Act was under attack in an unprecedented amount last year. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is just a pollution limitation plan where polluters have to pay for the damage that they cause. And that money that they pay goes back, reinvested back into our communities. The Clean Car Standards, which is a way to really drive down pollution from transportation, no pun intended. And it's also it's a way to make sure that we have access in Virginia to electric vehicles, because if we don't have that access, then people who want to buy them will send their money to other states. I'm very confident that those things are now going to remain in place. Also, we saw attacks on environmental justice initiatives that we've been able to pass over the last 4 years that make sure that people who are impacted by pollution actually have a seat at the table. We haven't gone far enough with that, but we have what few protections we have. We feel are very sacred. And so, how do we build on the success that is Virginia? Is the only state in the South that is a climate leader, a national climate leader. We have very aggressive clean energy goals. We have very aggressive protections comparatively to making sure people that pollution isn't concentrated in particular areas like it is right now. And also, how do we just make people's lives better? I'm going to start with one of the biggest things that I think a lot of the people in the climate movement really want to do and that's energy efficiency. Sounds like kind of a boring concept. But energy efficiency means having the same outcome with less power. And if we use less power, that means that we're less reliant on a fossil fuel power plant, and also drives down people's electric bills. It's a strategy really, first and foremost, to make sure that people's electric bills get lower. We have a higher than average electric bills, especially in Dominion territory in Virginia. One of the reasons is because our energy is not getting to our homes and buildings in an efficient way, especially how we could be. This is a huge problem because 22% of Virginians in 2022 said that they had to choose between paying their electric bill or affording basic goods. That means that people are put in this impossible choice where I have to choose if I'm going to get food on my table, if I'm going to afford medicine, if I'm going to be able to take my kid to school just so I can afford gas, or keeping the heat on. No one should ever be forced to be put in that position. Energy efficiency is a way we can drive down cost and drive down pollution at the same time. It's a win-win. And utilities need to hopefully will come to the table and come through a mutual understanding of that, because the more energy efficiency we have, though, it means that there's a less reliance on fossil fuel plants. I'm going to get to data centers in a second. Thank you for that question. So that's one of the key pieces that we're looking at. Of course, we want to expand clean energy. Saving the planet is not a question that is predicated on possibility. It is a matter of political will. We know that we can provide enough energy for Virginia through power plants that don't make people sick and that aren't destroying our planet, don't risk our chances at a livable future. There are challenges in the way of that. Sometimes it's climate denialism. Sometimes it's a lack of understanding of how we do this in an equitable way that we try to think about. These are the things that keep me up at night. And sometimes it's just a lack of general knowledge about how easy it is to develop clean energy sources, or what the advantages are. Again, we're going to go back to costs. The average electric bill in Virginia was monthly electric bill, that's very important, increased by $20 a month last year. And I mentioned those 22% of Virginians earlier. $20 can make a huge difference in those lives. And the reason that happened was because the price of natural gas, which is the fuel for most of our power plants, skyrocketed because it's volatile. It's tied to international markets. Which means something's going on in Ukraine, price goes up. Something happens with our supply chain issues, price goes up. You know what doesn't have a middleman? The sun, the wind, water, if we want to have that conversation as well. That is free. And maybe because people can't have a monopoly over it, they don't want to necessarily embrace those things. But the reality is that if we not just want to stabilize our prices, and drive down prices, clean energy is the way to go. If we want to be energy independent, clean energy is the way to go, because it loosens the shackles of us with other countries around the world. These are some of the main selling points of why we need to double down. So we're going to be exploring ways to enhance access to clean energy, because it shouldn't be something where you're priced out of it just depending on how much money you make. We want to be looking at ways to make sure people have access to electric vehicles by funding rebates, for example, like which is just getting our taxpayer money back to us. So it seems like, it should be another important bill, is to make sure that our schools are solarized. And if they're solarized, that means that we save a ton of money, not just from taxpayers, but the energy costs are the second most expensive operation budget of schools. The second most. Solar energy can drive down that price a lot, which means we can give the money where it's supposed to go in the first place, supporting our teachers and supporting our students. This is one helpful solution, again, where climate and education and general justice and just, wanting kids to succeed, which is not an unreasonable request, can happen. Now, those are some of the hopeful things that we're doing, and I am hopeful that we'll have some legislation that reflects that. I mentioned challenges. There's an awful lot of challenges. The fossil fuel industry, especially natural gas industry, is very powerful special interest. But there's also this concept of data centers. Now, we have more data centers in Virginia than anywhere else in the world, and it's not even close. 70% of all internet traffic runs through data centers in Fairfax and Loudoun alone. That data center burden is not just an issue for, necessarily disrupting the character of communities, but they are also energy hogs. They are major energy hogs. 2% of the world's total energy just goes to data centers alone. And the consequences of relying on data centers so much as heavily and depending on them as we have is that they come at a great cost to ratepayers and to people who believe in climate justice. Start with ratepayers, because they require so much connections into our transmission. That cost is not borne by the data center industry, which, by the way, is benefiting from massive tax breaks from Virginians, massive tax breaks. And then what happens is they come along, and then our electric bills increase because those costs are allowed to be passed on to it. It's not unreasonable to ask the data centers to share in that burden. It is not unreasonable to say if we're going to build these, they have to be safeguards in place to make sure that, one, the community is involved in the decision-making process, but two, it's not going to have a negative impact on our ratepayers. The second thing is, according to Dominion's IRP, which is just their 15-year plan, this is part of what they say is like, this is what we plan to do in the future. According to Dominion's IRP, they point to data centers pretty much exclusively as an excuse to build a new fleet of fossil fuel plants. A new fleet of fossil fuel plants in a state that has a commitment to completely 100% clean energy by 2045 and 2050, depending on the utility. That's one way to look at it. By the way, those fossil fuel plants, usually they're out natural gas and they say it's for reliability. Problem is, natural gas plants perform peaker plants, the ones that they're talking about, reliability plants, as we're talking about. They're just natural gas fired power plants. They're extremely pollution intensive, but they're also very expensive. And the other thing is they don't operate well in the cold. Point to Texas a few years ago. One of the reasons that they had such a disruptive grid, their grid was disrupted and people lost not just their power, but some people lost their lives. Natural gas wasn't performing it the way it was supposed to be. Now, if it's snowing outside, solar still works. If it's cold outside, the wind can still blow. Sometimes it'll even go even more. That plus advancements in battery storage in particular, and combined with energy efficiency, we can have a reliable energy grid no matter what time of year it is, and it doesn't come at the expense of making people sick. What this looks like, that sick part is very important to remember, because what that looks like, we know the places in Virginia that have the worst health disparities are also closest, almost one by one, by toxic fossil fuel infrastructure, compressor stations from pipelines, natural gas plants, coal power plants. We know that has an effect on the body. We know that can cause major issues, especially in children. 12% of childhood asthma is because of indoor stoves, because that stuff leaks actually when it's off. 650,000 kids have a hard time breathing because the natural gas industry wasn't forthcoming about what the harms they could do. Now imagine, that's just a stove. Now imagine living within less than a mile of the most massive natural gas peaker plant that Dominion wants to build in Chesterfield. And by the way, that plant is less than a mile away from a community center in a neighborhood where 22% of the population is below the poverty line, and it is predominantly Black community. That has already been overburdened by a coal plant that's been there from Dominion that was been there for almost 80 years. We know that this is going to have a health impact. And that community center, by the way, is where children play soccer. That's where they have their soccer games. What is more fundamental than a child being able to play outside? It's not unreasonable to say that the floor of policy should be protecting people from pollution, not some bargaining chip that we work on the way up. So this is unacceptable, not in a state that just has climate goals, but that should be a place that is safe and livable for everyone. And we just cannot reconcile having that commitment and increasing fossil fuel plants in Virginia. So data centers, again, the energy hog, since they require so much energy to run. And by the way, this is also an important distinction. Most of Virginia's data centers are cloud storage data centers, and they have an ebb and flow to their power demand. You know, when we're not watching Netflix and we turn off streaming, we go off work, there's not require as much energy because the data isn't being activated. It's the best way I can describe it. AI data centers run 100% of the time. So they require sometimes 3 to 5 times more energy than the data centers we know and have in Virginia. So it's a major issue. One of the issues also is that data centers have to get their power from Dominion Energy. That's part of our law. I think it's worth looking at if that's a viable option, if we can't hit our commitment goals and also build fossil fuel plants that make children sick. Again, that's not unreasonable to say. And putting other safeguards in place to make sure that, you know, you're receiving all these tax benefits. You should have to come to the table and put up some money of yourself as well. It should be a two-way street. It should be double transactions, not just we get what we want and then you have to pay for it, not just by your taxpayer money, not just the subsidies we provide them, but also increase rates. Like I'm so sick of these things happening where that happens all the time. When it comes to fossil fuel infrastructure, you can have the same outcome for data centers if we don't continue development in a right way, put in the right safeguards. So we're hopeful that the data center industry will come to the table and act as a stakeholder in good faith and use their influence to call out Dominion for saying, we're not your excuse to build a fossil fuel plant, do better. If I had a campaign against Dominion, that's pretty much what it would be. Do better. So that is my quick bit. I don't want to hold up anybody's time. Of course, reach out to the Sierra Club. We're here for you. If you get our emails, I promise you, I write the emails, so I'm trying not to spam you. So if we send you something, it's usually pretty important, and it makes clicking and connecting with your legislators super easy. We even write the technical jargon for you. You can add your own personal opinion, or your personal thoughts, but that's what it is. I always have to do a little plug for the emails, especially during session. That's very important. And some legislators say, oh, you've sent me too many. Well, that's what they signed up for.
We just have one question. Yeah, just one. It's a bit long. I just read a study that household recycling done right saves as much carbon emissions as purchasing an electric vehicle. The governor issued EO number 17 on recycling, but I haven't seen anything that would improve recycling, like mandating post-consumer content or extended producer responsibility. Are you working on this?
Thank you for this question. And I'd be interested to see that study because of what we know by recycling is 2 things. 1, the concept was invented by the petroleum industry, so one of our biggest polluters. And 2, about 95% of all plastic is never recycled. And plastic is probably the worst part of it. And I'm not saying people shouldn't recycle, but let's talk about the real issue of it. And the issue is the source of plastic. One of the last executive orders Governor Northam had put through was to phase out plastic in all government-owned buildings. So all college campuses, all public agencies, the governor's mansion, hopefully themselves, you're going to phase out plastic completely. That is targeting the source. And if we're being frank and real and practical about that, that's where the focus needs to be. I think there's great incentives with like tax on plastic bags to a certain extent, or incentivizing companies to switch from plastic to a more sustainable and less, by the way, they're also toxic when plastic ends up in landfills and creeks and et cetera. Like we all have, I'm not going to get into microplastics, but read up on it. It is a bit concerning, and that's in all of us. So this is a classic example of when a big corporation, and I'm not saying that this study isn't. Oh, and by the way, that executive order was repealed was replaced and repealed by executive order. I think the one that you're speaking to with it, with Governor Youngkin. And so this is a classic example of it's on you, it's not us, even though we're literally creating the problem. So I would just say be mindful of that. Look at anything coming from fossil fuel, the petroleum industry, especially the natural gas industry, with suspicion. because a lot of times their arguments don't hold into scrutiny. This also brings up a very good important distinction, because there's this concept called greenwashing, which says polluters are going to say, this is good for you. You're going to love this. It's awesome. And then it's actually terrible. There is a concept of a term they've created that I'm not letting them get away with, called advanced recycling. Advanced recycling, they claim it's a way to safely create energy through recycling a plastic where they destroy it. If you really want to break these things down, and maybe this isn't the most technical way to describe this, but this is the most substantive way to describe it, advanced recycling is plastic burning plants. It is carbon intensive. It releases a bunch of toxic air, and it is almost always located in environmental justice communities. And by the way, they don't work. They've tried them in scale. In Utah, it was a complete disaster. But the petroleum industry is kind of, having their finger on the pulse and saying, well, what else can we do to distract from the fact that we're the problem? Because they're the problem. So that's something. If you hear the term advanced recycling, please immediately think plastic burning plants, because that's what they are. There are other ways to recycle without recycling. I agree. Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not discouraging anyone from composting or not recycling. I'm saying two things can be true, where we can recycle and we can also hold the petroleum industry capable. But there is a major burden of recycling plastic. It is very hard to do. It's very expensive to do. And maybe we can push for a more sustainable system that allows that to happen. But as far as I know, there's no real solution to plastic other than making sure we're mitigating the harm at the source. So I would love it if recycling worked really well, but when it comes to plastic, like aluminum, glass, absolutely recycle that all day, every day. Plastic in particular is just such a hard challenge, and it has major consequences, not just for our climate, but also our health and also any commitment to justice. Thank you for whoever shared the microplastics article. It's an interesting concept. And thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. Anu, do we have anything else?
Oh, nothing. Just a comment from me about glass recycling. It's like the county has made it so hard to recycle glass.
Yes.
They won't collect it.
Yeah. I'm saying in terms of like the idea of recycling, glass can be recycled, but you are absolutely correct. You're talking about the challenges of creating a system where we have to be recycling things in the first place. Unless it's done right. Unless it's done right. And it's also, I think the burden is too much on the consumer, not enough on the people creating these things.
Exactly. Well, Tim, I wish you would get a job where you're more excited about what you do. You just do these rote presentations. Every time I hear you, it's just the same old thing. And I don't learn 1,000 things every time you open your mouth. It's just something. Thank you so much.
It's the league. I'm in love.
Well, why don't you join the league?
Am I allowed?
Of course you're allowed.
Of course we would not discriminate.
Okay. All right.
We do not discriminate.
You're out of my league is what I'm saying. No pun intended again. I will say the league, my grandmother helped start the Federation of the Blind, and she didn't know where to start, and it was the League of Women Voters that gave her a lot of support in order to get there. And I will always be grateful to the league for doing that. So thank you.
That's very sweet. Thank you. Now we're definitely going to hit you up for membership. Just beware.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, thank you to all of our wonderful speakers today. I have dropped all the information I have received so far into the drive, but please keep checking back. You will actually probably have already received the evaluations because they were scheduled to go out at 3:00. When we get this on YouTube, you'll get another notice and you'll get the drive link again. I thank everybody who was here today, everyone who spoke. We obviously have a lot to do in January, February, and March, and I want you all to have some fun over the holidays and have a wonderful holiday season, and we'll be there in Richmond in January. Thank you all. Take care. Bye-bye.